Good evening everyone and welcome to a Victoria 2 stream, and we're continuing the Gozomedes Great Game run in this fascinating mod that posits an alternate world in which monkey-like creatures, pre-human, Neanderthal, Australocephalodon, whatever they're called, species, they inhabit this world. But yeah, we can just colloquially call them monkeys. And it is the monkey mod, and it is Monday, so here we are. Welcome everyone, hello. I like to have a sense of completion on this channel. When I start a run, I like to complete it, and we spent so much time in the previous stream of this mod introducing the mod and showing it and reading the lore and learning about it. We didn't have so much time to do our actual run as a country. We made it quite far into the game, but we didn't get our formables, and I want to do one more to finish it off, and we'll have a great time on the way. And we might still uncover new things about the mod yet, who knows. So, let me refresh my YouTube chat, and no, it really was just dead. Yeah, second streams of runs. Oh, one new stream, fresh, introducing a new mod, everyone's there. But the real supporters, the real people are here for stream 2, where we finish off the mod, finish off the playthrough. This mod must come back to my channel, but this is our introductory game. So yeah, let's just wait and see if anyone shows up. Welcome, hello. We have the great music of Kevin MacLeod in the background. Hello Yo-Yo and Power of the Tsars and Roman Newsreader. In multiplayer. The mod works in single player and multiplayer. Multiplayer features are in the mod to be enabled if you want to do it in multiplayer. So the mod makers, just great, they have included that as an option. Hello Ladoge, welcome. Tam says, I've started playing the mod after the last stream. Good to hear it. The mod deserves some publicity and some downloads. Power of the Tsar says, I love how this is such a memeable concept, but the mod takes itself completely seriously. Yeah, we were talking about that last time. The mod takes this concept, which in itself, if you just take the concept, sounds ridiculous and crazy, but it does it so well, and takes it seriously, doesn't add memes and jokes and nonsense, and it works. The memes and the jokes can all be made by us, the players and the content creators, but it's not in the mod itself. The mod is serious, and that's fine, that works, you know. And it is creative as a concept. As I was saying as well at the start of last stream, this world that the mod makers have created could easily have just been a human world, a fantasy world. You know, fantasy invented countries, languages, province names, a whole crafted world. It could have easily just been human. There's lore about an old fallen empire. Easy. But they decided to just make it this fantastical mod about these different species, not just one species of Neanderthal, old human, pre-human, ape, monkey things, but various races which are described in the lore, but you can't really visualize them in game properly. You see, you have cultures in Victoria 2 which is not tied to the actual species of the lore. You take one species and there are different cultures within that as well, and each culture acts as a culture. That's how Victoria 2 works. If you did this in EU5, you could have culture groups be the species, for example, and individual cultures within that. But Vic2 does it the way Vic2 does it. It's an older game. In fact, I think someone commented on the VOD about how this mod could work in EU4, because EU4 does have more mechanics and things that you could use for systems like the religious conflict in the lore, or the HRE Central Former Empire region. And, you know, I admit that EU5, EU4 even, and other games have mechanics in place that allow more creativity in terms of fantasy stuff and more mechanics and things, but we love Victoria 2. The mod makers of this have decided to apply this concept to Victoria 2, so the least I can do as Victoria 2's premier content creator solely of Victoria 2, I've got to check it out and promote it. And it's really good, it works. But putting a mod in EU5, putting any mod in EU5 is a real difficulty because there's so much more time and work because the game is so granular and so complex. Modding in EU5 is probably good and there's a lot of good systems in place for help. But the granularity of the game and all of that just makes it time consuming and really difficult to get a mod completed, I think, in EU5. There aren't any completed mods out now, and I think many people had access to modding before the game came out. I think there are mods that are good and playable, but like in terms of total conversion, I mean, how? It's going to take so long before anything's ready for that, surely. But yeah, we know and love Vic2. We don't need to justify why a mod should be made in this game. We love it. And again, the mod makers have added multiplayer features, so they know the potential of multiplayer. They know what multiplayer could bring to this mod, and hopefully, I mean, I should just host my own campaign if I want it so badly, but maybe something will come up. If nobody hosts a multiplayer of this anytime soon, I'll see if I can do something, but hosting multiplayer Vic 2 is stressful and difficult and time consuming when I already have a lot to do to edit, stream and all that, but I'll see what I can do for it later. So here is my Discord icon. Here is the main menu of the mod with its beautiful artwork of a monkey. And you know, as I say, the mod is technically about Neanderthal kind of creatures, but they're perfectly happy to identify with just monkey. It's not, a monkey isn't technically representative of what's in this mod. A modern sort of monkey, but they're happy to just go with being known as the monkey mod. I mean, that's fine. And let's get the chat on the screen. And that is, of course, just the YouTube chat, but there isn't anyone in Twitch chat so far. Anyway, not a single message on Twitch. Did I go live on Twitch? Let me just double check. Oh yes, I did, and there are 4 people there. 4 people. At this point, I might as well not go live on Twitch, because people will look at me and go, Swangun fell off. And they'll be right. But they won't also notice that I have mostly my viewers on YouTube. Roman user says, only want to know if it's Anbanar, which is a mod in progress for EU5. Yeah, great EU4 mod is being ported to EU5, but I don't know much about it. By the way, I think later this week I'm going to do an EU5 stream, and it's going to be up to date on 1.2, and I'm just going to call it Figuring Out This Fucking Game, without the swear word. I feel like immersing myself in EU5 and getting good at it, so a stream where I can just really play it slow and get into the nitty-gritty and figure out stuff and learn stuff properly and just be open to backseating is good. I think I need to do that. The multiplayer campaign should continue every Saturday, but it stays at 1.1 and it's lagging behind. But we're having a blast, so we're going to continue that as long as we can or feel it. The next video, and yes, we're having a nice long intro section. This is a single player Spud Gun stream. Of course we have an intro where I yap about anything for a while. The next video is going to be the week after this week. I'm not going to be able to get it done for this Friday. It's a big video. It is important for the series. I need to take my time on it. And I'm having various things happening in real life which slow it down as well, okay? So, last week we got a video which was only 2 weeks after the previous one, but now we're back to what is pretty much the standard schedule for this series, this Persia campaign, 3 weeks, 3 weekly. And thank you so much, Charlie, for the $10 super chat. Watched your last stream of this as a VOD. Very impressive how much has been done for what initially sounds like a joke mod. Yeah. Gozomedes' great game is a surprising mod. It's a monkey mod with a crazy concept. It sounds like a meme, but when you download it and you load it up, it's got its own custom page, which, by the way, let's take a moment. They had to mod the UI and everything to add this entire page to the main menu. I don't know how much work it takes, but just doing that shows so much care and effort, and just good stuff, isn't it? And Never has arrived, thank you so much, and he's gifted 10 YouTube memberships. I appreciate that so much, thank you. I'm obviously not going to go over this again, by the way, because we did it in depth. I reviewed all the lore and stuff in detail last stream. I know there's going to be a lot of people here who didn't catch the last one and you're joining us for the first time. So all I can recommend for that is watch the previous VOD or just go and download, check out the mod yourself and read this. But I just want to quickly show you that there is this much care, detail and lore put into it. Yeah, this used to be the tutorial button. Now they made it their lore button, which is a good idea, you know. DoD should have that. So there's several very interesting countries to play as. I chose Vâfaut to play. And I'll tell you more about them when we get in the game and I'll show you, but you can see they divide the Pumnian lands from the old Gashg Empire. Gashg Empire. Haven't really figured out how to pronounce some of these properly. And by properly I mean how the mod makers dictate with their invented languages how they should be pronounced. There's no objective way to pronounce these things unless you literally take it the way that we pronounce the words in English and stuff, but it really is up to whoever created this language to dictate objectively how to pronounce them. Until then, I'm going to go with whatever seems right. Never says, didn't you have a mod developer impersonator last stream? We had a guy in the chat who was really savvy about the mod, who I thought and joked was a mod developer. But we also had a guy in the chat who was a mod developer and who also commented on the VOD. And you know, hopefully he shows up again. But it is Monday. Nevertheless, let's go and look. This is what the world looks like in the starting day, if you just want another quick overview of the starting part of the map. This region here, all of this that I'm circling over now is the epicenter. This is the main region, where the main great powers are, the main industrialized developed areas. And in the lore of the mod, this is where the main dominant species of Neanderthal is. situated. And I can't remember what they were called for the life of me because there's so many new words we have to learn. But the main Neanderthal-like creature, which are your pretty much equivalent to your, well, I'll show you the picture of what we got last time. These fellows are the main group that live around here, and they are the most quote-unquote civilized, the most developed, the most cultured in this world. Never says nevertheless. Where does is that your name, and where does it come from? You don't have to answer, but I've never heard of names like that before. Morning, Joe Neal. Joe Neal is here to hold the Twitch chat together and hold the fort over there. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Thank you for reminding me, Ladoge. He points out that this is the Australopithecus. And I am being called out for calling these guys Neanderthals. Hold on. Let me do some research. I want to learn what is the difference between Neanderthal and these Australopithecus. Neanderthal is the word that we know the most about these things. Oh shit, okay. I'm sorry to rely on the AI overview of Googling. I hope it's right, but the Australopithecus was 4 to 2 million years ago, and the Neanderthals were 400,000 to 40,000 years ago. Neanderthals are very recent ancestors in the grand scheme of things. And, okay. Right. Do you know the image of the various stages of evolution gradually coming towards a human? The Australopithecus are way back, closer to apes. Neanderthals are right behind us. If not, I've heard people say actually some Neanderthal DNA is within us. Ah, I'm getting it now. Neanderthal. So, none of the species in this world are really as close to humans as Neanderthals actually are. But somehow they've become civilized, they have got languages, they're developing nations, so they're more intelligent than the Australopithecus actually were in real life 2 million years ago. Homo sapiens mixed with Neanderthals. So, Neanderthals were there, relatively intelligent, but not quite human. And then Homo sapiens came along. Where did Homo sapiens come from? This shit takes a while. The thing about evolution is that we create well, we don't create, but we discover a species and go, this species is this species, and they lived at this time. But the reality of it is that when you have two different species, everything in between them also existed. There's blurred lines between species because you had to evolve from one to the next. Like, at least one's in the same family, so we draw lines of where a species is, but there have got to be things in between everything in order for the evolutionary chain to make sense. And Firehard and Caridian on Twitch is saying that Neanderthals are not ancestors of us Homo sapiens. They are a different species, like lions and tigers. Fuck me. Lido says both came out of Africa, but Neanderthals settled in Europe much earlier than the sapiens. They ended up mixing. Ooh, it's difficult. Fascinating, but difficult. Neanderthals were on par with our intelligence. They had art and music and had social groups. Neanderthals went to Europe and West Asia before Homo sapiens. So Europeans, like me, are more Neanderthal than the rest of the world, kind of. Which must mean that's something that makes Europeans different somehow, that led to us conquering the world. Like Neanderthals were actually the way forward. Crowhorse says, having lived among monkeys in Gibraltar, they can actually be very creepy and grabby. I've seen videos of a Spanish guy trying to hand a Spanish flag to a monkey in Gibraltar and going, you are Spanish, you are Spanish. I was going to use that in the video. We have been derailed a bit by this interesting discussion about ancient species, and but I need to scroll up and get Nevar's backstory on his name because he mentioned it. Nevar is short for Nevaranderthal, and is a reference to an ancient species that he's descended from. Now, it's actually a reference to an old arcade game called Rastan and its sequel Nastar. He took the two characters from Knights of the Old Republic, Revan, and it is Nevar, and the exile is Elixir. Okay. I've got you. It's references to some old Arcadian Star Wars names. It's not your real name. Okay. Like those says you got the Denisovans in Asia as well. I need to watch a documentary that just explains all of this in about an hour. And that would be enough to get a good overview. Roman says, I will get into the game soon, but this is fascinating. Roman says there is a game, don't remember the name, where you go through all the different types of human, from being a monkey to standing on two legs and using tools. It's not Spore, is it? It could be Spore if you make a monkey-like creature. Neanderthals are a different species, so... There's a common ancestor that... Yeah. I know linguistics, so I know how common ancestors and splitting off and branching work. Oh my god. I bet people wonder, what did Neanderthals speak? Oh, imagine. Imagine knowing what Neanderthals spoke and said to each other. At some point we developed the ability to speak. Was it just a Homo sapiens thing? And this also raises questions that were raised by the book that we talked about last time. The book called A Different Flesh by Harry Turtledove. Does anyone in this stream know about that A Different Flesh book by Harry Turtledove? Because I mentioned it last session and no one really knew about it. No one had read it. And the mod makers never responded to the idea that they were inspired by it. Anyway, this is the world in the starting date. The species around here are the Osteocephalodon people. And up north there are more white-skinned, hairless, weird, tall people. Definitely not white people, Europeans. That's us. So... Oh, I've just got to look this up. Roman says the game is Ancestors, the Humankind Odyssey. How recent is this game that you're mentioning? It came out in 2019. Is it good? Is it like something you could play now? It's highly reviewed. It's a third-person open-world survival game. Single player or multiplayer? Open world. It's like The Forest or something. It's single player. Okay. So it's like The Forest, but you're on a Neanderthal. Okay, cool. Chad Todd says you can recommend a show. Can you please DM me that instead so that I actually remember it after stream? DM me on Discord that recommendation. I would appreciate that. Because if you just recommend me something, and this is a general rule I say to everyone, if you've got something to recommend me, please message it, because if you just point it out in the middle of the stream, I will not remember by the end of it, and I will have forgotten, because it's just we've still got like 3-4 hours of streaming ahead of us, and everything will change. We'll talk about different topics. Anyway, so that's this continent. Up here, the nations up here, there are also civilized great powers up here in the north. Sort of like Eastern Europe. It's less dense, but there are still powers. But in between the two major bases on this continent, there are uncivilized, more nomadic people. And I've, in my playthrough, colonized into that a bit, but I'll show you that when I click my actual save. But, we're almost having a podcast discussing ancient species and the development of humans and evolution here. That's what we're almost doing right now. As fascinating as it is, we have to get on with playing soon. Anyway, and it's on the Internet Archive, yeah. So, I mean, as I say, this is the main continent. Other than that, though, there's 2 more main land masses and some islands, and there isn't much of note on the other places. They are mostly uncivilized people who are described in the lore as other weird races, different, like they're blue or something. There are a couple of quote-unquote civilized nations here who are the equivalent of American nations, or maybe South Africa, that are next to these unciv countries, which are obviously very interesting to play, probably. And if there is immigration in this mod, I haven't actually noticed much immigration. They would go to those places. Now I'm clicking my save. The game starts in 1308. I've played to 1333. So that means we've done 25 years. And I'm playing Vâfaut, and I've conquered a bit of a blob and sphered a lot of countries in the region where we can form our old empire. The lore is that there was an ancient empire called the Gashji Empire, centered in this region, and also conquered these 2 side regions a lot. And it's an ancient empire that collapsed. It's the not Rome of this mod. It's the not Rome. And the situation at the start is that it's the not HRE. It's very decentralized. There's so many small states. Let's go back. You can see it again. Very decentralized. This one here, Pashji, is the capital. It is the old capital of the empire. It has loads of pops and it's rich. And if you conquer it, you get a modifier against you there because it's supposed to be kind of, say, de facto independent. It claims in the lore nominal ownership over the former empire region, but in practice they're all self-governing and very decentralized. And also, there is this other start date called Consolidated States. What's that? Okay. It says this is a version of GGG? This is a version of GGG which is for less lore friendly but consolidates more of the shattered regions to create a more player friendly experience. Okay. Okay. And maybe that would help multiplayer as well for performance. Wait, let's just click between them to notice the difference. So, Thesaru is consolidated, but the main consolidation in this start date happens around the Central Empire region. Let's get back into the game. Blake says, hell, a Paradox game set in the Bronze Age would be good. You kind of had that with this CK3 mod, but that CK3 mod was discontinued. And it kind of died off, and that's sad. So here we are. If I were to go on the diplomatic map mode, you can see my country, and you can see that I've sphered and allied a lot of countries, and you can also see the yellow dashed lines. The full formable empire of the Gashji. But before that, we actually have a smaller formable called Kidnaj, which just consists of... It's hard to show it on a map, but... like, if I were to draw a very rough line about it, something like this. It doesn't include Vaucanage, just this for the secondary, smaller formable, intermediate before the main thing. Kidnage, Kidnage, Kidnage. So we've got various puppets, we've got various spherelings, and I've also painted the map and directly conquered a lot of it. We're getting quite strong as a country, but in order to form a map, we do need to take down a few strong countries still. Gaubja here is one we've already fought against and beaten. The main rival we've got is the Vaucanage. They're a great power, number 6. They've got only 11 brigades though, so never mind, it would be a piece of piss. Easy. Closest game to the Bronze Age is Imperator Rome, and someone said Imperator does have a Bronze Age mod. Ah well. So, yeah, as we were winding down the last stream, I got a bit lethargic and stopped doing that much. I mean, let's reopen our factories, and in the capital region, I'm building, yeah, obviously, an ammunition factory. We took a colony from Gaubja last session, which has coal and iron in it, which should help have an industry back at home. I need to build better factories. Like, what should I build in Shubd? Is it an empty state? One of my most popular states is completely empty. So in here, we're going to build a good run of industrial military techs. Also, I haven't even unlocked machine part factories. In terms of managing a proper industry, I'm not doing a great job, but I would if we were playing multiplayer. There we go. Now, where are we now? So I'm not being outsphered anywhere. This is what the map looks like. Last thing I was doing was consolidating this region up in the north. So there's one here, that's a Vaucanage sphereling, that's a Vaucanage sphereling. That one's independent, that one's my sphereling, that one's independent on the borderline. But there are various countries that are friendly with it. Jishnag is friendly, but I don't mind if they intervene. So let's try and map paint over that. If at any point we get intervened on by Gosh, Nag or Vaucanage, we fight them and we beat them. Okay, let's get justifying. And we'll start off taking it slowly, and AI countries go bankrupt. I've colonized up here, by the way, which is nice. My main culture is West Gashchi, which the old empire land is divided into a North Gashchi, South Gashchi, and West Gashchi. I'm the West Gashchi power, and the lands I need for the intermediary formable are mostly just Western Gashchi lands to form the first formable. Tonto, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. You just finished watching the previous Monkey VOD moments ago. Thank you, Chimp Jesus, for this live stream. Good timing. Welcome. Good to have you. So even though I haven't microed industry well, we are generally being able to build a nice army. I'm encouraging. That's 4% clergy there now. Ooh, this one's only 3.4. But I mean, really, do we have to get exactly 4% clergy absolutely everywhere? We can put soldier focus there now. Micklin says, tried this mod after previous stream. I played as an unciv, and because I had wool production, I was the only one with an army. I easily conquered everything, also lost allowing to attrition. Did you notice if there's any content or formables or anything out there in the unciv lands when you played? I need to replenish my army a little bit. And we're building a factory there, and let's get some steel mills and some artillery. Dr. Weedno says, got my college acceptance letter as well as doing a comfy mod stream. How better can my day be? Well, there could be a lot of good things to happen. Still to go. Look out. Today's your day. Keep a lookout. Message that girl. Just to tell you, round it off with that. I think you'll get a good response. They are attempting to outsphere me in Kift. Aha, Gozomedes is the biggest country that Vulcanage has as a sphere in. At some point, I just need to get in a war with Vulcanage and make sure they drop out of GP status and take everything. Also, what I want to check, and actually this is probably going to be the case because I think it's a default based mechanic. When I research Nat and Chimp, or Imperialism and Particularism as it's called in this, I think I'm going to unlock a admit hegemony casus belli, or at least a casus belli like German unification, you know? National unification casus bellis. So I'm going to check for that before I make any drastic moves. And we're researching that now. And also, just as a note, I'm playing without infamy. Whenever we get anywhere near the upper infamy limits, I am console commanding it with this one. I thought there was something missing. You got the right event number. I think the mod makers, they themselves, put in a thing to lower your infamy, and it's just 11111. Event 11111. Oh my god, there is a big wave of sphering going on. It's Gaubja. What's Chishoged? Oh, what is this? Oh, it's down there. It's just... That's not technically part of my empire, but it's secondary power. They've allied me just out of their own will. It would be my accepted pops, though. They're South Gashgi. It's like a colony sort of thing. This region down here has a lot of unsafe lands, and I'm assuming in the lore it's another species. They're kind of unsafe out here. I dare say we could speed for it. I dare say that. I think we can get away with it. We learned from, by the way, the VOD comments. The mod maker posted a statement on the use of AI in this mod where he says they used AI to generate base images from which they copied and photoshopped their own art over, and that's all the AI usage. And they also said that to get loads of province names, they just put them into a sort of fantasy name generator that was probably pre-existing, where you set a few parameters about a language and the thing will generate loads of names, and that's how you get the province names. And that's fair enough. Like, it's really hard to come up with all these names. And by the way, I'm never really criticizing them if they did use some sort of AI to help them move things along. But, did I just get my casus belli? I'm not even paying attention. It's against, Offsha? Yeah. Let's see if anything intervenes. Even when when a one province minor is friendly with another state, you can just let them siege you, siege them, and then peace them out before the enemy gets a chance to intervene. You can take one province minors that enemies are friendly with, unless you gain battle war score on them. Oh, see, I fought a battle. That gives me war score technically, although I don't think it's enough. The way it works is, if you're friendly with a small country, and the enemy gains 1% or more war score on that, that's how you can intervene. We're about to be at the point, if we're not already at the point, where the region has been totally consolidated and there aren't any, apart from this, countries left which are not conquered or in a sphere. Various countries, including... I'm already friendly with Upo here, so I'm just going to sphere this one. Okay? Might as well, I'm friendly. Vâfaut actually starts off friendly with most of these countries, because in the lore, we are a major power out here with influence. Blake is here, says, it's my birthday tomorrow. Well, happy birthday tomorrow to you, Blake. Have a good day. By the way, I'm sorry to take a break so soon, but it's tea time. I've got to go and get my cup of tea. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Stay right where you are. Enjoy the monkey noises. Chat amongst yourselves. We've gotten our playthrough started after our nice comfy intro. And we're going to finish it. We're going to see it through today. Absolutely. We're going to form our first map. And then we're going to form the second map after that. However it takes. But wait, hold on. Yes, these are rebels. The rebels have a different flag in this mod. So that takes me by surprise a couple of times when I see it. And it's hard to pinpoint what it is. It looks like just a white star on a black background. I'll be back in 2 to 3 minutes. And yeah, hope you're enjoying so far. Be back in a minute. Back everyone. I'm back. Beware the hog rider, says Lay Van Sen, boys. Yeah, that's right. Cavalry in this mod are hog riders. Swinery, they're called. Cavalry means just horsery, because cav and things like that are horse in Latin root words. So this is swinery. It's kind of a similar thing. There aren't horses in this universe. By the way, this was on my mind, and I guess we're already paused, so I have to bore you with a technical topic, but my microphone, I notice, sounds so bad on stream, and there's a reason for that. I use a noise filter properties thing on the microphone on OBS Studio, because if I don't use that, it sounds way too echoey and way too bad. Let me show you the difference. You know how it sounds right now, you're listening to it. No one's really complained or mentioned how a microphone generally sounds on streams like this with these settings, but I don't like it, so I want to do something about it, but I also don't know what the hell to do. Let me just show you what it sounds like without this filter. It was noise suppression, so can you hear me differently now? Listen. Can you hear every little movement that I make, and every little breath that I take, and every step I take, and every move I make? You'll be watching me. Can you hear it all now? It's just too much. You know, you can hear me. It sounds more spacious. You think it sounds great, but it sounds too much. There's too much background noise and everything. You know what I mean, right? Like, can you hear me breathe from back here? I'm mouth breathing. You can hear that. It's showing up on the microphone audio noise. You can hear me mouth breathing from miles away. So I just keep the filter on for now, but I want to do something about this. Like, I need to get a better microphone. I've got a very high quality, good microphone, but ever since I got it years ago, in 2020 actually, I've struggled to get the right settings and make it sound good and get it right. It's been a constant struggle. In fact, the days where I just used a basic headset microphone, in fact I've got a headset microphone on now. Let's listen to that one instead. Hold on. Let's hear me sound how I sound in a good old-fashioned headset. Can you hear me differently on a headset? Wait. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm on a headset now. How does it sound now? Shall I keep it on this one for a while, just for old time's sake? Worse? Well, it obviously sounds worse. It's a headset microphone, but it has its advantages. It's quiet. Yeah, I'm sure it's quieter. It's just so much easier for the worse, and it's quieter. Yeah. That's cool. I could easily put the volume up. Like, the quiet part is not a problem. I can put the volume up, and it's not as bassy. Anyway, let's just go back to my normal settings and continue the stream. I'm sorry to bog you down and bore you with this, but you've got a map to form. Oh, Quebecois, thank you so much. Welcome, bienvenue. Thank you for the $5 Canadian. Had a good weekend. I don't really recognise weekends. Every day is the same for me, apart from having more streams on weekends, because that's when more games are played, if anything. But thank you so much. And why am I playing around with my sound settings? Because I don't like the way my current basic microphone settings sound in general. But no one really has a problem with it, so. Okay, sorry about the microphone tangent. I'm back to my exact settings that I had before. Let's get back to map painting, shall we? I put a little bit too much water in the tea. It's kind of spilling. I need to go and actually put my mouth onto the cup from here. sip a bit off the side because if I lift that up, it's spilling on my keyboard. Tondo says just like the Nine Inch Nails song. What's the Nine Inch Nails song? Hurt Myself? The original, the before Johnny Cash covered it, I think. Lee Chula says, how do you take your tea? Black. Just like the old airplane joke, right? He says every day is exactly the same. For me, it kind of is. But, you know, if anything, I work more on the weekends because streams are more likely to happen on the weekends because multiplayer campaigns are more likely to happen on the weekends. Kabikwa says, what do you not like with your usual settings? It sounds fine. These, what I currently sound like now, I don't really like it. Sometimes it blocks out sounds like S and F because it's like hitting a certain frequency or a pitch or something. Thank you, Doomlord, for the 1,000 huff. Huff some banan. What's banan? Other than a banana. Anyway though, the more I think about it, the more I realise this mod actually would be amazing as its own game or in a game that could better visualise and represent the world. I love the fact that they made this for Victoria too, but it has, like I hate to say it, it has bigger potential because of how original the concept is, how fleshed out it could be with other mechanics that represented stuff, how you could have visualization of the species. It would go hard in a thing that could show it more. But that doesn't mean to say that will never happen. The mod makers have it in Victoria 2 now, but they could take it places. They could write some novels or something. So the last thing I'm doing, I'm sphering this one, and you know, is Vulcanage allied to anyone? They're allied to Jishnag, I think. Yeah, they are. So that's a two big rivals of mine are allied together there. Difficult. We can easily isolate them by decking on a sphering though. And then there's that other one, the green one that we've already fought before. They should be an easy target. I might go for them. They're a great power, no sphere or anything. And they do own land that is directly in my first formable. In fact, a lot of the land is for my first formable, not even the big empire. Also, I should point out, this is a post-revolutionary country, which is like the republic of this mod, the Free Georgian lands. This is the free yoke victory for rebels. And they've got no allies or feelings, and they kind of died to rebels, so I'm going to attack them, definitely. Simple acquire state. We could even take their other colonies out here as well and cut them from that side. And thank you, Quebec, for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate that. And we're out of money, because the economy is a struggle in this mod, actually. I've got multiple enemy great powers sphering my shit. Another super chat. This guy's crazy. Thank you for the $5 Canadian. He feels generous today. My hockey team 162. Sounds like you bet on them as well and sharing the winnings. That's what it feels like. Aberdeen are winning. Aberdeen are doing well again. We had a very bad period, but we're making a little comeback towards the end of the season and preventing ourselves getting relegated. Okay, we got Nat and Chimp. That gives me another national focus, which we can put on soldiers there. And our next research is going to be machine parts, I think. And also, something else to note. In the last stream, we looked at everything that the mod brings, which is monkey themed, the icons, tech things, but something we didn't notice really is custom invention names and how they've completely changed those to be accurate to the lore as well. They've added different names for all the different techs, the equivalent in real life. So Gozomedes Mule, Nozigag Pulps, Power Loom, Gozomedes Needles, it's all there. They've changed all of it. I don't remember what any of these were in real life, some of them, but Great Oven Lung Steel is a type of steel in this, I don't know. What's it called in real life? I don't know, I forgot. Custom descriptions. What would the descriptions... Descriptions of what? Text? We don't even have text descriptions. Do we? Oh, Darwinism. What's Darwinism? We did it already. Biomechanics? It's not named after a person, it's named after some custom concept. Oh, right. Yeah. Inventions do have descriptions a lot of the time in vanilla, that's right. When they come up as pop-ups. I click off them so quickly that I forget that I ever had that. We can get soldiers up in our most populous state now. Huge! The most populous state, which is the old imperial capital, Pashjak region. But, you know, it's biomechanics, which is a Greek word, but the mod can't help the fact that we speak English and have to use the English language. There's no such thing as Greek in this world, and there's no Greek prefixes that got attached onto words to create the names of concepts in this world, but we have to just use English, and English has the Greek things, so... And yeah, there's a big rebellion that we need to prevent in one of our puppets. Let's avoid a river crossing against rebels to make sure. Actually, I shouldn't have done that because we are letting them occupy that shit. And they're absolutely spiraling, and I'm taking huge casualties in the battle. How much tech do rebels have? 0, and I am 8, so tech wasn't the problem. And I need to reinforce that or I lose. We need to get the capital. We've got a sphereling emergency, guys. It's bad. We need to unsiege the capital immediately and then worry about the rest. Oh, I've got a 4 attack general. Anyone's feeling my shit? I wonder if I could steal this feeling. And cordial. I can maybe do a little bit of work on this feeling, but I'm not going to be able to steal that without intense sphere micro. Oh. Gaining cores, because it's my accepted pops. That's good. Gaining a core right there. There of all places. There of all places. This is all my accepted pops. So any land I conquer, I'll get a core on, but it doesn't really matter when you can form a map over all of it pretty soon. Roman says, is there an in-game explanation of why they ride pigs? No. Oh my god, another fucking puppet rebellion. Is this going to be a common theme now? Are we going to be playing whack-a-mole over my puppets? Is that the life that we have to live now? Oh. Of course, there's the fucking encyclopedia. I forget about that. That's huge. And also that artwork. That's the fucking artwork. Amazing. This could be an example of artwork which they initially created with AI but then worked over on Photoshop. The Jewer, it's a faith. It's a faith. I'm sorry, but let's have a look at some encyclopedia. How about that? And let's see if we can answer the question about hogs and no horses existing. Maybe that's something to go for. Never, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. He says, for what the horse considers play, the monkey considers business, but for Tom, it's all foolery. Good one. Cultures of the world, states of the world, faith of the world. Well, let's see what's in miscellany. Miscellany? Miscellany. There's nothing really apparently about horses or lack thereof. But what is the new entry? I think we got a new entry on a religion. So the faiths of the world. Oh my god! How did they come up with all this? You're insane! Look at the amount of religions, and we just gained this one called the Jewer right in the middle there. If the mod makers consolidated loads of lore about this mod and expanded on it and wrote a lot and put maps and stuff in and pictures and made a book or something, I would buy it. I would buy that immediately. Joniel says, all for a game where religion matters. Yeah, exactly. The Europa Universalis of this world were games in which religion has mechanics. The Chimperillion, they would call it. That's a good one, Tonto. Nice one. I don't want to read any of them, but what are the different... Well, these are the cultures, but not the species. Let's read about the Gashchi, because that's us. Oh, each one has their own. But the Jagadki colonists, that's some Americans, right? Yeah, that's them. That's them there. This country, Poponage. It's these are colonists from our empire, actually. Clearly, nice artwork. They're one of the foremost cultures in Ishfahaj. Ishfahaj is the name of this whole continent, by the way. We said that many times last session. Our people speak 3 mutually intelligible dialects. So the different cultures of Gashchi are based on 3 different dialects which are intelligible. And the colonial ones over here, who are like the yellow culture, who have these coastal areas, not down there, just across here, speak a jumbled mess. Like American English, for example. Let's just read about our own one, the West. Like, what are they saying? It's, oh, our dialect is the most pure. The traditions of the Gashti are the most unalloyed. Our origins are far from those of warlike swine-riding nomad clans. We were fiercely proud and independent people interconnected through vast familial ties. The culture of steppe riders still marks this now long sedentary society even in contemporary ages, and many of the cultural signs like thigh slapping are from this era. The West Gashchi tend to prefer to live in great plateaus of this region in stone houses with fine courtyards. The most urban and, okay, great savanna, great riverbeds. We eat breads mostly from the savanna grains, as well as their swine and great oryx that graze in the savanna. The red robe is a traditional noble dress, and that red robe is present in the lore of the mod on the main screen. So the main screen of the mod depicts a Gashgi nobleman of a red cloth. We're learning all about it. I don't want to bog down and read loads of encyclopedia right now, though. I've got my casus belli. Someone, the thingy said there's another rebellion somewhere in Upo. This isn't Upo. It said there's a rebellion there. No, that's actually the wrong sign. That's the sign that I can add that Upo to my sphere. The rebellion is in Shuknash, which we're killing. Paknag has no sphere lord, but there's a fierce competition for it, and I'm unopposed. I ought to just invade that one. What is my access route to the Free Galdian lands? It is actually through the Shuknaj right here. This is the only way I can go to get to the place. Oh, I'm getting rebels of my own now. We need to try and pass reforms. There are really good reforms and custom reforms in this mod. And by the way, I don't think we ever stopped to admire the reform icons that much last time. Look at them now. For example, healthcare. Is healthcare the same icon as war exhaustion? Have they been lazy? It is. These are the worst mod makers ever. They're so lazy. They've got healthcare and war exhaustion as the same icon of a monkey with a bandage. Terrible. Worker protections is hilarious. That's good. It's a monkey with a shield. Slavery, we know that icon. Immigration law. Thraldom, that's good. Hello, nuclear phaser on Twitch. And yeah, our money. We need more economic tax or something, because while funding my army, I barely make any money. Now, let's deck. First thing I want to take is Gudig. That's the first state. 44 war score for that alone, okay. It might take a few wars to get some things done. This is my tributary. Can I call you in? Yeah, I can call my tributary in. Which is, it's a puppet of mine, but a sphereling of Voknash to keep in mind. And I'll call in the one that borders them. And 19 Brigade, that's all I need to call in. That's fine. And I'll take it a little bit slowly, and hold on a minute. Generals, I've got a lot of good generals. No better than a 2 defense though. My best one, well, let's use the royal, so-called Royal Army General. This 3-2 could be the one that walks in with some defensive stats. What the fuck was his name? God Jimenez. Also, I like to think that, see this name? God Jimenez, that name. I like to think that that is the equivalent in the Gashgi language of Gozomedes, the name of the mod itself, which is a character in some other country. In fact, it might be a different dialect of the language of Gashgi. Wait, let's research. If we go to cultures and we go to Gashgi, I think it's West Gashgi. No, that's me. It's South. Something about Gozomedes. What are these guys all about? The ones we're talking about. Coastal and plains of the newer settlements of the Empire to the east. They have many proud cities and there are mercantile people. The majority are actually farmers. The language takes more borrowings from Pumrian as well as Vuti. Okay. Their culture preserves greater austerity and somberness. Okay. Nothing about Gozomedes. I think it's mentioned in the lore text at the start. Like, that is an important guy, Gozomedes. What am I being called into by Mamatuk? Oh, I'm being called into some absolute northern bullshit against Boragug. You know what? I'm going to join it because I want to preserve this alliance, but because this is a great power. But good luck. Boxbat asks, what's thraldom in the mod? Thraldom is a kind of slavery which results in them being ritualistically eaten at certain harvests. Bleak. Power says, you're pretty sure that the great game in question is the struggle between Vâfaut and Vaucanage for supremacy over the former Gashti Empire. Yeah. Wait. So, let's check the article for North Gashti, because that I think is where Gozomedes is, in Vaucanage. Vaucanage is kind of like a main character of the mod, I think. Main character country. No, maybe it's in the states of the world. The old Kidnage? The colonial guy? The old Kidnage. Okay, God Jimenez in that language is the name of the first emperor. The Thousand Realms is the time for the now shattered. This is our empire. And it rose as a big empire 1,300 years ago. It was God Jimenez. The Vaucanage. Please mention Gozomedes. There it is. Vaucanage is a collection of... This is our rival as Vâfaut. We found God Gozomedes. We could pronounce it Gozomedes. Gozomedes. I don't know. It's a collection of hereditary feudal domains on the eastern shores of Ishafash. Have they spelled the name of the continent differently in this article? Ruled by the powerful Gashti aristocratic family Midodaj. Most properly, the term only refers to those states south of the Zakigzob, like this river, the imperial borderlands. One of the most centralised and authoritarian states, it broadly weathered the collapse of the Gashti Empire and has taken much of the mantle as the foremost aristocratic and conservative power in the region. As of 1308, when the game starts, it is ruled by the dynamic Prince Gozomedes Midodaj, a bellicose and ambitious young ruler. I think this country would be good for the first playthrough, actually, because it's like the main character that the mod is named after. So we can do another playthrough of them sometime. Or will go into single player at some point during this stream and check them to see what they have in lore and events. So Gozomedes is the character outlined in this country, a young bellicose ruler, and I believe that the Gozomedes is equivalent to a different spelling in of the original emperor name of the original empire. We're learning the lore properly. And what are we researching? Railroads? Do they call it? They don't call railroads something different. Those are just railroads. Calling in Faubanage. Did I not already call them in? Now they're in. Ah, that's what they've been doing the whole time. They're just sieging my capital. Not my capital, what the hell am I saying? They're sieging my colony. Someone probably mentioned that Naj probably means something like land of realm and Gaschi. You can craft languages out of this. And you know what? Languages are an area of my interest, so I could even get involved in helping construct some languages for this. Naj. But they've already done a lot of that. It's so good. I'm actually, like we've been talking about, I'm so amazed that they have blessed Victoria 2, the game, with this, because it's so in-depth and crazy in a good way. We must play it in multiplayer. We just must. That was a nice quick research. Okay, ruling to peace out. So I also, Thrall culling, here we go. Tonto was asking about Open Victoria, whatever happened to it. It slowed down a bit in recent months this year, but it's going through somewhat of a reorganization and opening up of the development process over on the Discord. And we're going to renew and continue with it. It's taking a long time, and we haven't had a big update for a while, but it's still there. Still many developers passionate about it. It's just slowed down with people always coming in and out because they don't have time. But it's going through a bit of a reorganization process. I'm a bit out of the loop on exactly what's going on, but it looks good. So we lose a few percentage of Thrall pops from eating them. Jonail says, we need the full etymology and lore for the province of shit. Let's just remind ourselves, there it is. It was generated. It was generated by their language tool. Not AI, but, oh yeah, and I need to add a woggle. I think if I have the war score, I'll take Vidshar, but that looks big. No, 244s, I can afford that. I'm not taking out of this war everything I need to form a thing. But also this is terrible, in a way, because I am taking a lot of unaccepted pop land. I could be looking at rebellions and militancy. Might help to get reforms, but yeah. If I have enough money, I'm taking war reparations off of them, because money is difficult in this mod. And we have a crisis. What's this? It's Pumnia versus my game crashed and closed. That's a very bad thing. Unfortunate. Is it a crisis doing that? Also, it's a bit late to mention this, but the whole time I have actually been playing with 1.0.5, not the latest version. I mistakenly downloaded or used the old version, and I think I did download it before the new one came out or something last time. I am actually on 1.0.5, and I decided not to update it. So there is that, but that's neither here nor there. And my last autosave is on 1st of 1st Reign, 1336. I have no idea what month that is. We're not too far back. Now that we've had a crash, I'm going to put Auto-saving on monthly. To be fair, in Victoria 2 it always should be. We have not gone far back at all, actually. I think we were lucky to just be on the right change of a month. Power of the Star says, funny moment last stream where you tried to abolish serfdom and were genuinely shocked when you got an event about aristocratic resistance. So used to base game where nothing happens. True. The mod makers fleshed that out. It was like EU5. Your estates don't just let you revoke privileges. I lost about half a month, says Power of the Stars. But yeah, not only are there numerous cultures and species and languages, the Central Area Empire is divided into 3 dialects of a language. And we're already seeing the effect of that, where Gozomedes is in one dialect, of Gadzimini is in another dialect. I wonder what the Southerners call him. And I had not added my war goal in that timeline. Infamy limit in this mod is higher than vanilla, but there still is a limit. But it doesn't matter because I don't play with infamy. The crisis happened again. Let's see if this crashes it again. Let's see if this crashes it. Go on. I'm just looking. I'm clicking on countries and I'm doing what caused me to crash last time. What happens? Where's that? It's down here. It's down here. Does this concern me at all? They want to liberate a country, Roshut, out from under Torud that has cores over here. Pumnia is the one that is preventing that happening because Pumnia has sphered Torud. They don't want a little country to go independent. And there's... No, wait. War reps because it's money. No, 220 war score, we can't do it. Money in this mod. Okay. Great new land. High militancy and unaccepted pop though. Unfund the army because we're going to lose money. I'm going to keep a lot of troops stationed there. Are these 2 regions kind of populated? Yeah, some of them are quite high pops for me. They're quite high pop. I gained about 1 million pops in that. There aren't really any good industrial resources, but there is cotton there, which is nice. Cotton is pretty good. A lot of cotton up there in Vâfaut. Hello, Jejkaban. Welcome. That's a lot of soldiers. That's a lot of soldiers. Yeah. If we can afford it. So the economy's in shambles. And we're spiraling into debt. So that's happening. How bad are our rebel problems? They're getting big. Free yokers are, let's just say, Jacobins of this world. Where are we in terms of passing a reform? We're not too far from passing a social reform, and we're gaining cores. So a little bit more militancy, and we can get a social reform and get out of this. Rebels in my puppet. I can't allow that. And that does mean funding the army. Managing an empire is tough. You've got this. Oh, we didn't really appreciate this. This is an icon we didn't really notice last time. Hunt Rebels. The Hunt Rebels icon is a monkey. I have to really look at the computer screen closely to see that as a monkey, but it definitely is. You know, they've already gone really far with the icons. They might as well change the artillery icon into an artillery piece, but with a monkey holding it. The Ranu Empire has declared for that side. This is huge. Jishinag and Vokanaj are about to go into a huge war against Pumnia, actually. That's really good for me, having all of these idiots fighting each other. My two main rivals, Jishinag and Vokanaj, are fighting Pumnia, which is like the strongest country. Hopefully they find a way to get troops to each other. I'm going to accept all military access from all sides, if offered, if I remember. It's good. Hopefully they don't piece the crisis. It's a great moment for us to let them fight. Gozomedes Mule. This was one of the first mechanized power looms and it revolutionized production. I think that is the generic text. But that's fine, obviously. And yeah, we need economic tech. We need major tax efficiency tech right now. Machine parts, let's go. No, I can't afford it right now. I can't afford machine parts. Oh, this region here, one factory for loads of the liberation of our brothers. It is well known that wicked foreign races will enslave or enthrall our people. Oh. So, basically any slaves or thralls that are of my culture get freed here, I think. Makes a lot of sense. The crisis went to war. Amazing. I'm willing to turn off Fog of War to see what happens, but it looks like Pumnia is just going to invade Vâfaut here. And I don't know if Vokanaj and the other country that's at war with it, Jishinag, can get to them. No, it looks like Jishinag is walking through my vassal. I'm going to offer them. I'm going to willingly just... Vokanaj already has military access through me. So yeah, they're going through. And they can get to Pumnia, which is huge and strong. Pumnia is massive and very powerful, but I don't ever need to pick a fight with them. Yeah, I guess it wasn't the crisis that crashed the game. Something else weird. It's pretty bad that it wasn't the crisis that crashed the game. That means we don't know what crashed the game. A crisis makes sense because they shouldn't really be on. They're a pretty bad mechanic. This is me being the war leader of that random war in the north. Good job, guys. Bolgarug went bankrupt. That's the guy we just fought against in a fake war. By the way, we're skyrocketing our literacy, 30%, and it only started at something very low like 10 or 12, and we have a reform. Big choice here, because there are a lot of really good reforms. Really good. There's research points there. Worker protection's bad. Anti-clericalism doesn't do much. I think down here in debt law, this is the most important thing. Peonage is terrible. Apart from the RGO throughput. But education efficiency, we can just eliminate that. Usufruct law, what is that? With regard to land laws, this country prioritizes the recognition of real property above concerns of use versus Yokerish judicial thought. They've even written, this is custom reforms with different types of things, and you can get pop growth here at the expense of quite a lot of money. The current one I have doesn't do anything. If I get this one, it just gives RGO output negative. But if I get through that to the next one, we start to get pop growth. So that's really a difficult one to power through. Subsidizing grain output. Unemployment benefit pension level. That's what's giving me my social spending. Slavery. You don't need to change that right now. But basically we get the debtors prisons law because that's really good to get that. Oh, someone just colonized our... Oh, my sphereling colonized this. Good job, lads. Oh shit, another icon. Another icon we didn't know about from the first stream. We thought we covered everything, but we're still finding new ones. The Send Expedition to a Colony icon. There. And the ones that appear after you start colonizing might be different as well. We've never seen them because we haven't seen someone colonizing anything. Shit, guys. Colonization will happen, and I think I might want to colonize, so remind me to check that icon. Huge. It's a monkey expedition. Bacnag allied me and the other guy stopped feeding it. That's a good sign. I think Vokonaj is colonizing though, but they've gone up there and the Ranu Empire is fighting them. Crazy. Terrible rebel events. Free Yoker bans are getting quite big. We just need to wait for the reform cooldown. I think that was a very good upper house shift for my reform agenda. So the national objective is a kind of national value mechanic just unique to this mod. It's nothing crazy, but it does allow you to, it forces you to choose a national thingy every 10 years. And there are different ones with different buffs. At this point in the game, we clearly need more money. We clearly need more money. Social reform desire and political reform desire could also be a really good one, if you want to get technical. But we need money. So I'm just going to take the tax and admin efficiency one. Admin efficiency helps with recently taking lands that are unaccepted pots. Not that we can really get much, but it's something. DBZ fan says, it was the best of times, it was the blurst of times, which is a Simpsons reference. I got it, mate. Don't you worry. Fucking brilliant. I am going to go all in on money. I'm getting this now as well, because it has really good tax efficiency inventions. And the icon, it's a monkey holding some coins. Teshkapan says, do you know when the scramble begins? I don't really know. It's not going to be too different. It's the same. Colonial negotiations. And we do need to research this. Machine guns, which comes out in 1342, which, oh my god, 1342. The game, it's faster. Because, or is it? Because it starts in... Is it actually about the same pace as Vicky 2? Because this colonization is in 1342. This mod starts in 1308. Is that the same amount of years between 1836 and 1870? I think this is quicker, and oh my god. That isn't that bad. And it's not in the recently conquered land. It's not that bad. We're fine. We can get through this. Problem is that we're not funding our army, and funding the army drains money, and my vassals are even helping, which is really nice of them. It's the same amount of time, 34 years. There you go. Okay, the rebellion has been crushed. So we're kind of getting in the green there for a take. No. Even with the national value and even with getting economic tax, I'm not winning the sphere race for this. If the AI goes for 100 to add the sphere, I can maybe get a ban in there before he does that. But if it goes to ban me, it's over. I'm not going to take the risk. I've built up friendly 40 points, so I'm going to leave it there. Let them sphere it, and then come in later. Umnia is losing. They're getting fucked. Rita Pig is trying to add the province of Acquire Monkey. That's a different war though. That's over in some uncivilized weird lands. What exactly do I need? I need... Well, wait, hold on a minute. I never checked to see if I got special Casus Bellis. Yes, I do. Oh my god, there's an assert hegemony Casus Belli. Let's fucking go. We can take every feeling in one fucking war for one war goal. Brilliant. But, they own a lot of land in the Kidsnaj. Wait, hold on. No, wait, I'm getting confused because... Chibnaj is the intermediate formable before Kidnaj, which is the empire. And it's this little yellow and red flag. Is it? Or is it the other way fucking round? Chibnaj, defensive state. Kidnaj is the empire. So Chibnaj, yeah, I'm right. It is that one. It's hard to tell what I need for that, because when I click on the diplomat mode, it shows me the course for the whole empire. But it's this. It's not even as far as this. No, it's definitely the Gozomedes feeling. Definitely that one. Not this. Not this bit of land that Vaucanage directly owns. Yes, this bit. Definitely Fibonage. Not the land that I took in that war. We're actually extremely close. We don't even need Paknag. We need these two small feelings from Jishinag though. We need that, and they're allied to Vaucanage. So we either do two separate wars on them, separate them by decking on a feeling, which is very easy, or one big war where we crush them both. And obviously I favour the smaller option. It's just... it's good practice in Victoria too. Hello, Dillian. Yeah, I'm having a good time. Yep, great mod. I'll turn off that battle plan because it's wrong, and I misestimated how many bits of land I needed for this formable. Nice Twice says, I think EU4 MP diplomacy is light years behind Vic2 MP Diplo. Would you guys agree? I've never really played that much EU4 multiplayer. I don't really know. Junior says, big war. No, I'm teaching you how to play Victoria 2 well. I would deck on Shadim in order to guarantee a war only against Jishinag. But they're currently in a big crisis war, which means I don't even know if I can deck or anything, but it's fine. I'll just let this war play out a bit more. Oh, Shiana says, so this was the monkey mod I heard about all those years ago. How many years ago did you hear about it though? Because it only came out about 6 months ago, and was maybe rumoured to be in development before that. I don't really know the exact timeline, but we definitely need this economic and industrial tech. We're kind of going in the green a little bit. We need these inventions. We haven't got any of the tax of inventions yet. They're sitting at about 1% each. Or 4% there, that one. Ashnew's Gozomax wheel powered the motor reaper, vastly increased in agricultural yields. Gozomax reaper. Just random monkeys going around inventing the cutting edge industrial and agricultural tech in the Industrial Revolution. But what that guy might be trying to say is that the diplomacy in the Europa Universalis for multiplayer community might not be as advanced as in Vic 2. In Vic 2, we've uncovered so many different metas and so many levels of gameplay and thought over the years, and there's some quite deep stuff in considerations of diplomacy. But EU4 is just a different game where diplomatic considerations are just different anyway. You don't want the same things in that game. Jishnag is getting rebels at home while they're fighting. Also, linguistic observation. Do you know that Naj suffix that you're talking about, which could mean land or country? In the southern dialect, it could be nag. That could be the equivalent. Oceana says, it was a conversation or conversion that I had a couple of years ago where the idea was being thrown around for the memes, though it's nice to see the projects pull through. Yeah. So this feeling here with the province of Jug is allied to Keft, and then it's feeling of Jishinag. Jishinag might not join it if I were to deck minuscule conquest on it. They might just not join, especially if they're embroiled in a crisis war. Gain Pop as core. Oh, I think I might be able to get in here. No, maybe. The Crisis War has not got a war goal on that side because I think someone's been separately pieced. We can obviously turn off the Fog of War just to see what the fuck the AI is doing here. It looks like Pumnia is going to make a comeback and unsiege their shit and win. Oceania says, pardon that, I had a bit to drink this evening. I know. And the project seems to be more professional and clean compared to the infamous Heroes of Italia back in the day. Heroes of Italia was just another pretty bog standard alt history mod put forward by some old guys with Spud Cord years ago. Liberation of our brothers, yet we free our thralls of our own people. It takes us a while to do it, but we do it. There we go. Now the economy's getting better. Look at the impact even one little plus 3% tax efficiency has. We're popping off now. Those taxes are so important. And that one will be important as well. Now at this point, what's Keynesianism, or I don't think that's in the timeline, but I saw one here called Memorianism. Any other silly, funny names? They're just very similar concepts with slightly different words. The economic ones are pretty much all the same. And so are most of the military ones, but the great thing is Gozomedic army thought, because Gozomedes is like a Napoleon great general of this time, and even though he's still alive at the start date, he's not some previous general, he's still alive, unless it is a reference to an older Gozomedes, because it's a common name. Yeah, you never know. I didn't really build much railroad, but my capitalists are doing it. What are capitalists called? Are they still called that? Yeah. Maybe they should come up with a different word for capitalists and capitalism. Monkey related. Ichula says, was Napoleon a common name in France at the time? No, it was Italian. And even then, probably not a common name in Italy. I keep getting bumped down by other powers to cordial in here. Oshina says, if I remember correctly, it was Henry, that Russian fellow who pitched the idea. Yes, I remember Henry. He was actually a Ukrainian living in Russia at the time, which is difficult now. I wonder if he's alright. Hope he's alright. I think he's checked into the Discord at some points ever since the old days. Now and again. Power of the Tsar says, I'd love to say, but I'm so tired I'm about to pass out. The time zone difference where I'm living right now is brutal, and I have work tomorrow. I'll finish the stream and the VOD. Good night. No problem. Enjoy the VOD and then go to bed and all that. You must be a Kiwi or an Aussie. Thank you for tuning in, mate. Foxbat says you can probably get another name for communism. It might be different. And that's the casus belli that's going to launch us into a big war, so let's prepare properly for that. There are completely different names for different party types, and they're not all... I mean, we've got militarists, war expansion, more expansionism. That's something you have to learn as well. The free yoga bands aren't that big, and we recently had a rebellion. We're going to war with Jishinag. The crisis war is over, and their armies are slowly making their way back. A country called Sog has been released, even though it's a Pumrian vassal. Pumria took this region from that country. Pumria wins. We can put the Fog of War back on to get the authentic experience. We're going to go and place our armies next to Jishinag on that border. We prepare for this war, which should be pretty easy, actually. I don't need to mobilize. And unfortunately, despite the economic miracle, I'm going to have to fund the army and ruin it all. But at least we'll be better able to handle it. Assuming that Jishinag joins their sphereling in the war. They might not, which means I do get to gain a free sphereling, which I need to form my map. Escalating Odd says guerrilla warfare is an obvious one. They're not doing anything that could be mean. They wouldn't do that. There's no concept of a guerrilla in this world. They wouldn't make that pun or that joke. That's not the style of modders. Also, the enemy, they're getting a rebellion. They're falling apart. Let's fund the army and kill the economy entirely and ruin all our recent economic progress, and I'll leave one stack back home for rebels. Except the province of shit. No, I explained last session how having a province called shit is actually an example of, like, they don't care about the memes to the extent that they'll even name a province a swear word, and in their world it doesn't exist as a swear word, so they don't care. They don't care that it happens to mean something in English, because English doesn't exist. in the lore. You know what I mean? They're so serious that they will do that and play it seriously. Let's see if they join this feeling of jug. They're not doing it, are they? They're not joining. And I don't blame them. The AI makes a smart decision for once. So we get a free Sphereling. This one here is awkward because it's a Sphereling of one great power enemy and an ally of the other one. And my whole point is to not fight them both at the same time. Jishinag doesn't really have any other Spherelings. Allied with Gozomedes. What is Gozomedes? Particularism, that's bad. Thralls. Gozomedes is the southern one, which is a Pumnian Sphereling. Jobbinag could be the one. No, that's that one. And then we annex that. Okay. Fuck, it's actually going to be difficult to avoid fighting them both. We can probably definitely fight Vâfaut individually, and they're likely to join a war, even though they've got fuck all of an army. Is it something to do with the AI not being able to handle armies? Hold on, let's unfund the army while we think of our next plan. Random economic tech, and look at the... Oh, these are all the texts which in the vanilla are just names of people. So they've done it. They've changed the names even here. Never says, if you had a sci-fantasy story where the God Emperor of the Space Empire was called the Supreme Booby, it'd be comedic no matter how serious they're taking it. Yeah, but you know Count Dooku in Star Wars? Where for Portuguese speakers it sounds like he's saying Count Dooku, which means Count of the Ass. Yeah, think about it. They beat me in Pakinag, and it's this fucking country that I just killed that is taking it. That is the most annoying thing I've ever seen. Let's deck on Jobbinag, anyway, and see which of the enemies joins it. Either Vâfaut will join it, or Jishinag will join it, or they'll both join it, or neither of them will join it. 4 options. So we'll see which one it is, and we'll react accordingly. If we have to fight them both, we'll mobilize and fight them both. Yeah, that's what it is. Pereirovsky says, fact checked by real Portuguese patriots. True, yeah. Conde Doku. We have some industrial tech, industrial regions, industrial factories and shit. We don't have much lumber RGO apparently. Lumber, that's actually lumber factories, but do we have wood much? Where is the wood on the map? Rebels, I think that's one of my feelings again. It's all down. There's a big lack of lumber. We have a lot in our region, actually. And we have some high pop lumber provinces, so I think we're okay. That's an enemy's feeling they got rebels at. Woven on Discord, by the way. Yeah, I think I remember that you're woven. Peredovsky is woven. Yeah, you're woven. What a guy. What a great guy. But the thing about Count Dooku in Portuguese is that they actually changed the Portuguese name of the character to avoid the coincidence, didn't they? What did they call him instead? Our resident Portuguese correspondent will tell us. I always think that's some kind of unique event, but it's just a country going bankrupt. We successfully take this feeling, this Jobanang's feeling. We don't need to do anything to Jobanang, and we'll have to focus on Vokanaj and deck on one of their feelings and hope they join for our first formable, and then we kill everyone. Never says, a quick Google search says Count Dooku. But we need to get Paknag, and that is not for our first formable, so we don't need Paknag yet, actually. But we need this one for Chibnash. Okay, Pyronovsky says here it's Dooku, but in Brazil it's Dukan. Is Count Dooku's name more like Dooku for Brazilian Portuguese? And the pun doesn't really exist for Portuguese? Hello, Radic. How much Miltech does our main big bad enemy with 13 brigades have now? So it is the same, the pun exists, but the Brazilians prefer to change names more than the Portuguese. I think that's a common feature. In Quebec, and Quebecois, if he's still here, will verify, they change the names of everything to French from English. They translate the names of movies and all sorts of things. Whereas in France itself, they give less of a shit and just keep English names for a lot of stuff. This is because Quebec, being surrounded by an English-speaking country that they're part of, is more aware of trying to preserve their language from losing it to English. Whereas the French in France are more complacent about it because they think, we have our own country, we're fine. Right, I'm going to fund the army. And the word fund in Portuguese and I think various other languages kind of means arse. Fundo in Spanish as well. It just means butt. Fundo. Or funda. It's feminine. As a word, not a butt. The butt could be masculine or feminine, but the word is feminine, I think. Okay, who's joining? Who joins? Jishinag joined. Oh, that's interesting. They joined this one, but not the previous one. This one is a step too far. This is where they draw the line. But the other Sphereling? Nah. But Vokanaj did not join. They rejected the call and broke the alliance with the little sphere. So that's interesting. And we don't really want much from Jishinag. We don't really want that. And they're immediately attacking me. They arrive on the 1st of winnow time. I don't know how many days harvest time has. And we need to keep the game paused and micro a really good general into that. I'm going to make sure that AI goes ahead with the attack and let them do it. Then we rush them. We have a little bit of a rebel issue, but we'll be alright. They have a navy, but I don't care. Pararovsky says, in Spain they do that too, even movies are dubbed instead of using subtitles. They like to preserve and get rid of English. Junior says, I can't stand dubbing. I take subs any day. I don't like to watch subtitled movies these days because I just worry. I'm missing out on so much because I have to read the subtitles instead of watching the emotions of the actors. So I kind of avoid substituted foreign movies when I can, unless there's something I really want to watch. But I've never really watched a dub thing. I'm a native English speaker, so I don't really often watch foreign things, but I don't remember watching a dub thing ever, really. By the way, we've got to think of our peace deal. I've got to go and actually occupy this feeling in question. But peace deal, what do we take from Jishinag itself? It's a pretty strong great power. It's got good land that we border with this feeling, but that is their capital. I can just take a chunk out of them. I can take the region of Chapt. The assert hegemony woggle is useless because it only would give me that one's feeling and I'm annexing it anyway. But it's nice that we have that. We don't have anything to take land that we can then use to form our map later. They have a colony down here. They have a big iron in a region down there, but it's really landlocked and hard to get to. Big coal there. But I don't want to take a coastal state because it might rebel away. Oh shit, yeah, Joe Neal, I watched Dark, but I watched it in subtitles. I watched Dark. German show, time travel. Weird stuff. Yeah, I watched it with subtitles and I felt I didn't really fully enjoy it because of the subtitling. Not that that's a bad thing, it's just I can't fully grasp it and understand. Because when I watch subtitles, half of what I do is think about the language and think about what they're saying and how they pronounce it, rather than think of what they're saying in terms of the plot. I get lost in subtitles, generally. But Joe Neal didn't like the dub because he changed the subtitles, because the difference between words spoken and lip movement really messes with my head. Yeah, and with dubbing you probably get very varied quality, you never know what you might get. Reform time. What do we pass? Bankruptcy, oh that's huge. Tax efficiency and admin efficiency, that's amazing. So I'm just going to take the region of Chapt, like I said. Corner State Chapt. That's a lot of war score in and of itself. I like how the war is named after the minuscule conquest Casus Belli. It's called the minuscule conquest of Jobinag. So after I piece this out, can I form my first map? No, I need to work out what the hell I need now. It's something off of, yeah, it's something off of Vocanage. It's this, it's part of Gozomedes. So next we're going to war with Vâfaut, which should be a bigger war, but they're not that formidable. It's actually the capital of Gozomedes, but what I'm going to do is an all-out admit hegemony on Vâfaut. And in order to avoid most of their allies, and definitely Gozomedes joining again, I'm going to deck on a small feeling that they own. With that, yes, but it's going to be Nop. I'm going to deck on Nop. We'll just conquer it. Oh, our main operation will be to pierce through the bit that we border here. We'll pierce through, grab the capital, fuck them over, link up with these forces that have been isolated, cut off from access for years in my Iron province. What the hell is this? Our rapidly industrializing economy. And then this increases the needs for all our pops, which fucks them over for the rest of the game. Okay, good, good, okay. Vâfaut is about to get the Pack-Nags feeling, which is good for me, because if they get it, I can admit hegemony and get it from them. I'm going to wait a little bit of time before the war so I can recover economically a little bit, and see if the Vâfaut fears Pack-Nag. That would really help me. They're at war with Gaubja, which is interesting, because Gaubja may actually be stronger than them right now. And Gaubja decked on Jishinag, or vice versa, and Jishinag called in Vâfaut, so 2v1. Straight up 2v1. It's the brothers' war for admit hegemony, and it just pieced out, what the hell? Nothing happened because they don't either have any feelings. It doesn't count. There's no hegemony to admit. Gaubja might have just dropped out of GP status. It just doesn't matter. Nothing ever happens. So a cheeky bit of speed 4. So, what's everyone's opinion on Neanderthals? Back on that topic, you know, Jishinag requests aid against the uprising. Yeah. Who? Aren't you okay, Jishinag? That's the one that I just... Wait, that's the great power. Why? Oh, I shouldn't have helped them. Wait, I have... Oh shit, I do have 2 stacks there. I wondered where my stacks went. Anyway, every couple of years I see an odd little throwaway bit of news that doesn't get much attention that talks about them making a new big discovery of some old fossil of a Neanderthal type thing. It comes up every now and again. They often find something. And I never know if it's really important or not, or just a little thing. Some people have a vested interest in sensationalizing every little bit of it to try and get some attention and bring more light on it. You can imagine some clickbait. This discovery changes everything we know about ancient history. And it's not that big. Methodism. So ST0 was surprised to learn East Asians have the most Neanderthal admixture. Do they? People earlier were talking about how it was Europeans that had it. Stamp out. No, I don't care about G-Shanag. They're still number 2 great power because of their massive industry despite how fucked over they are. There isn't much, there aren't that many countries. There isn't really anything waiting to become a great power and out of when any of these lose their status. You know, and maybe I can sphere them because, oh, matte painting up there. They colonised that. I didn't really check in. Also, I totally forgot to get the colonisation tax. I'm fucked. Luckily, I'm only competing against the AI, who probably don't have it either. Because machine guns are actually unlocked now. It's something I've subconsciously forgotten because of the years in this mod being so different. So based on what we've learned today, are the Basques actually Neanderthals? Are they speaking a Neanderthal language? Is that the mystery? Volcanage has sphered Pac Nag, yeah, and we built up a lot of money. Pay the debt, pay less interest, now we fund the army, and we're ready to do this. And we have people at home for rebels. The tribute, oh! 300k, we can pay off all the debt and pay no interest. Tribute from winning a war or something. We don't know what Neanderthals spoke. Yeah, of course we don't. I wish we did. And they're already... Well, they're at war again. Gaubja and Vâfaut and Volcanage, they're in some war. Gaubja is liberating something. They decked on Volcanage straight up. Because yeah, they are stronger militarily. This Volcanage war is not going to... They're not even going to join my Sphereling war, are they? They're not even going to join this. Okay, good, they did. Now I call in all my puppets and shit. They did join. Pleasantly surprised. They won't join against their own Sphere Lord, the puppet. I'm calling in the ones that actually have units. So I'm only fighting Volcanage, I'm not even fighting any other allies and spheres, really. Okay, let's go and occupy shit and let's get those boys out of there. They've been trapped for ages. We're advancing together with the Gaubjan country. Former enemies. Yeah, this was a bit disappointing. I think we could fight Pumnia later. Do I have... There is something, as I do need to fight Pumnia for the ultimate formable. I do need to fight them, it's not just a random thing. They have a little bit of Kidnaj cores. And I have my War of Unification Casus Belli for that. I got to the capital before the other country. That occupation is secure. Nidaheim wants to separately peace out. I'll let them do that when I do assert hegemony for 60 war score in Vâfaut. Now you can be separately annexed. Getting all of the Vâfaut feelings is going to be so good. Also, I might sit and siege Vâfaut for a while. Close their factories. Fuck them over. Make them drop out. Sorry, reform time? Let's standardize the grain imports. We really want to wait until we get the other line of reforms now. It's interesting how this mod makes it so social reforms come first, and then it's harder to get political reforms. It tells you about the world. It's authoritarian. The other country pieced out. All of the occupations will belong to me. No, wait, no they didn't. They just fucked off. They're fighting all of the feelings of Vâfaut when I'm not. Which helps me. Now imagine if it was a player on Vâfaut and I was competing over all the feelings with a player. Imagine that. Yeah. Maybe we would play on the consolidated start date though. Oh. Cheeky bastards just took land. Which I'll eventually need. I eventually need all of it. For the big sphere. The vet is too much. Don't need to read that shit. Big country, lot of provinces, hard to get up much war score. Big deserts that are awkward to get around, but no real military to fight. Rockguy says, didn't notice the consciousness icon. It's arguably the best, the consciousness one. I would put it in the top tier of, oh look, that's it. Admit hegemony, but do we want to take anything else? We've got 100, this is only 54 war score. What could we take from them? We don't need to go in for the kill. We don't need to take much. Taking a bit of land, neither here nor there. What might be good is war reps. That might cripple them long term, economically. I feel like tribute is a good thing to add in this situation. It'll help us recover our economy after the war. That'll do, to be honest. I won't accept. Gwynplaine says, I did a Sublime Vâfaut playthrough after watching the first part of this. Gave me an existential crisis. Tell me a bit about it, please. Does the country have content? Because I think it is marked as one of the interesting countries in the mod with the unique political thing. How was it fighting Pugnia, if you had to do that? And by the way, I'm going to be back in a sec. I'm going to go and grab a little tiny thing to eat. Be right back. I come back. Probably didn't even need to pause, but I might have gotten a gigantic rebellion. Yeah, the fucking problem is we need to go up and occupy this northern area which has loads of provinces, but we have to get through the attrition desert. So I think I'd really like to do a DoD fanfork playthrough, or look at some other mod with event chains. But I want to do an EU5 single player run first, as I was talking about earlier. 1.2, nitty gritty, learning the mod, not the mod, but the game, really figuring shit out, welcoming backseating, playing through it with chat, that sort of thing. Volcanage is already number 9. We were killing them out of GP status. We did it. It's almost Thralculling season. Massive crisis. So Galactic Gecko says settlement colonies are too absurd in this mod. I heard someone talk about settlement and losing people to colonial migration or something. Anyway, Grin says they do have content, but not much. I reformed some ancient empire. It was 100 years of war with Pugnia. They had much higher soldier pops. Okay, cool. You got the help of Jishinag against them. Yeah. He's saying he colonized this island, I think that's what you mean, as Volcanage, and lost your whole population. Very good. They need to address that, I think. I haven't seen that yet. We've got another... Oh, the Crisis White Peace. Boring. They were all about to kick off into a huge war again. Okay, where the hell's my map? Chazed? What, that? Okay. Where's my map? I got all the spheres that you could possibly ever dream of. And I'm going to maintain them. Where's my map, guys? Where's my map? Where's my map? It's Chibnage. For all core provinces, has to be owned or puppeted or sphered. Well, we need to look for that little flag. We know what it looks like. Diplomat mode. What don't I have sphered or puppeted around here? Like everything. Do I need the Pumnian land? No, that's not part of it. There's only one thing I can do, chat. I need to post this on the Vic2 Reddit and say, this is my map, why can't I form Großdeutschland? There is a little cheeky thing I can do with tag switches and stuff to learn what cores I need. There's a finicky little thing I can do. And it's called using change owner to create the country, the formable, and then clicking on it diplomat mode to see where its cores are. I can do that if I really want to know. But let's try and identify the problem. Is it Paknag? No, they weren't even part of it. I'm looking for this core, Chibnage, and I have that. I directly own some of it. I sphere some of it. I puppet some of it. It's a real mess. So it's really fucking hard to find. Hello, Little Boy Kaida, which is Little Boy Kaida. He's one of the 2 mod creators who has just pushed a fix to GitHub. He put colonial chances down by 3. Is that exactly what they were talking about with the insane colonial migration? I think he's fixing it live, guys. You're talking about a problem with the mod. We've got a mod maker here fixing the issue as we speak for the next patch. Well, little Bokaida, what do I need to form Chibnage? What have I not got that I need to form Chibnage right now? Yeah, Chibnage, not the big empire, the small empire. All the spheres have to be at peace. That's really tough because they're all at war. It's this one. We have to wait and see what happens with the PFA war. And if they're all in my sphere and they're all fighting each other, Vic2 doesn't have a button called Enforce Peace or anything like that. So we just need to wait and see what that war is. Okay, it's good that we learned that now. We do have all the cores. We just have a little bit of a war situation within the spherings. That's all. It's all good. I got Pac-Nag, but they're all trying to sphere it again. I can hold it, but we don't want to wait long because I might lose one sphereling and it's all over. Come on, hurry up. Oh no, there's a development in the war. This guy's coming back to liberate himself. Vâfaut. No? Well, he's about to be fully sieged, I think, and then he'll be annexed. We'll see. We got the Fourier unit. What's that? Vulcanizer went bankrupt. Good. I'm taking war reps. That's guards. Fourier is guards. 8 attack, 4 defense. Infantry 6 attack, 6 defense. So again, infantry is the all-round unit. It's like vanilla stats, but guards are better at attacking. We also added a decision in player settings to change about how infamy worked after watching Spud's last stream. Oh, that's good. It's completely up to you how you want to handle infamy in your mod, but I just gave my 2 cents. Oh my god, they're about to take Pac-Nag. Take Pac-Nag. I need to invest for money. Machine parts. Someone needs machine parts. I don't need Pac-Nag for the first formable, so it's not that big a problem. But I'm going to be able to ban that country anyway. Hold on. Which country is fearing it? It's that one dark green just now. Right, speed fort. Do the siege, do the siege. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, colonial. I got the colonial negotiations before machine guns. So I guess I can colonize? Okay. I don't have any colonial power. You're asking a lot of a country with no fleet and no one colonial port of my own. Don't know why I even bothered. I don't know. Nothing inland to colonize. Yeah, it's a bit of a long shot. I don't think I really even inherit anything on a coast when I form the first map. Alright, they sieged that. Okay, they're at peace. No, there's still going to be some little war on because I don't have the fucking... They just need to demobilize. They're at peace, but the thing says they have to be demobilized to... That's it. They demobilize. Form the Chibnaj. Defensive State, Citadel League of the Times of Trouble. Yeah. Many ages, lonely and proud Vâfaut stood beleaguered against the might of Pugnia. Yes. That's right. Let's do it. Let's go. Form a map. First map formed in this mod. Form the Chibnaj. That's a nice colour on the map. That's a very nice colour on the map. And we inherited not just the stuff that goes directly into this formable, but just all sorts of stuff. Everything. Wow. And this gives us access to another decision. To restore order to the Northern Realms. This is cores. Just cores on northern stuff. Cool. Well, how much northern stuff? This around here. So cores directly on Vulcanage. Poised to kill them next. Do we have any new decisions? No. Just the formable for the big empire. Looking forward to doing that one. We're on to that next. And we have Casus Bellis for it. And we have a gigantic potential for an army. Insane. Nothing can stop us. It's single player and we're this strong. Nothing can get in our way now. And that's a nice flag. Nice flag. I like it. And if I really wanted to try and micro and do my industry well, I would change things and do some things a bit differently with that. But a lumber mill there would be nice. We don't have that much money. We're still struggling economically. These three countries up here are spheres. Doubled the pops, yeah. 13 million now. Growing nicely. So what do we need to do now? We need to finish off the Gaubja and the Jishnia. Take everything that you see there in yellow dashed lines. We need to kill Vulcanage again later after the truce. Biggest problem is that we need to attack Pumnia to take one region on the coast. Do I have a direct Casus Belli on Gaubja? No. It seems to be... I can't puppet, and I obviously can't sphere them because they're a GP. Like there's always the idea of cutting them down enough so they drop out of GP status, but as I say, there's not enough countries in the world to become a GP. It's not viable to try and knock them down. They'll probably become a GP again. So really I just need to take the land manually, and the best way to do that is to get it started early for truce timers. It includes their capital. So let's just get a fucking choir state justifying on that quickly. Jishinag is the same thing. They're smaller, but they have this huge industry which will keep their great power score very high. If we break that down, what if we took their industrial region first? It's all in Jisho, which is probably their capital. I could do acquire capital on them first, but then that just moves the capital somewhere else. Also, the war-torn modifier for when you get sieged by rebels, that's brutal. You get lower pop growth when you're occupied by rebels. Also, cheeky bit of infamy reduction there. Junior asked if it changed my capital. No, that must have been the Vâfaut capital. The capital did not change to the great imperial city of Pashji. Need says, what's the monkey Roman Empire? Well, you're looking at it. This is one of them. We form an even bigger one, and that's definitely the Rome of the monkey world. We don't even have any rebels coming up. What an era of peace and prosperity we are making happen. And with all of this, we need to redo our national foci because we just gained loads of land. Capital region of Pashtag is every estate. We can, I don't know, let's try and get some industry. Craftsman, Shubbed, also craftsman. Craftsman for now. We are 111 economic, industry and prestige. Alright, Casus Belli, fund the army. Still don't make money when funding army actually. And how about modern reaction? Interesting. Right. First we take Shaudma. "28 brigades actually, there's a little bit of an enemy there. Oh, I make money when even funding the army. Yeah, we did it. We fixed everything. Okay, and some more national focuses. Soldiers there in Upper Volt, definitely, and some cheeky craftsmen, I would say. Now we add, well, what do we need? Ajpt. We're already running out of war score, we can only take 2. We have to come back. We have to speed through and just wait for truces and stuff. Okay. One step closer. Now Japjudnag is next. They're not allied to anyone. We have no truce. Do I take capital? No, it's not efficient. We do acquire state. I don't know what that was. It lagged because we had auto saves on a very regular basis. Kind of been important. Maybe it was the thrall culling. We like a little bit of thrall culling around here. National objective. Now we have a new country. What are you thinking, guys? What are you thinking for our national objective? Oh my god, the troops I can build. It's out of control. It's completely out of control. Nearly 200 brigades. What are you thinking? Let's get some input from the people. Effective administration would be nice. Wait, did we accept new pops? No. No, we just still have West Gajdi. Despite owning lots of South Gajdi, a bit of North Gajdi. That means our population pie chart is 63% accepted. It's actually Shagmot that we have the second most people of, which is like some... That might even be Thrall and slave people, different culture. Assimilation rate wouldn't be that good because we are going to accept more of these pops soon when we form the big empire. It doesn't really make sense. Expansion would be good if I cared about infamy in that situation. Mobilization size. Industrialization, reform. Political reform and social reform, desire and consciousness. I'm getting that. Let's be different. Let's be meta. Let's get reforms. If we just think outside the box a little bit and do something different. See, we don't have a good industry because we're not playing multiplayer and microing the industry properly. Then again, it's not that bad. It's just not multiplayer optimized to fully sustain the kind of army numbers that we're pulling. I mean, we have an absurdly big army now and a really good industry, but a single player industry. Little Boy Kaida says assimilation only works between species also. Shagmont will never assimilate into Gashi. That's really interesting. We were talking earlier about the species in the mod, and they're not really well represented and visualized in Victoria 2 because you just have culture, that's it. But yeah, they have some mechanics. Just assimilation is the main mechanic where they're kind of present. You can't turn one species into another. The only way to know what species is which is to know the lore and know what different cultures correspond to a species. Oh my god. Fuck, no, what? Which one do I ban? Which one do I ban? It's over. These guys are number 8. These guys are number 4. They're all staying GPs. Vulcanized has gone down to secondary. Maybe. Oh. I could declare war on Vulcanized and force them into Sphere. The allied to anyone? I can choose break. They're allied to my pack now, which wouldn't join against me. I can quickly, before I do the Jishinad war, we can take cores off them, but we can knock them out of the game as a threat. A quick Vulcanage war. We can live with a truce break. A militancy is great. We can get a reform from truce breaking like this. So let's deck for a core and truce break on them. That's good, right? Yeah, look, we even get a political reform, which means we have to pause and choose a political reform because this is the first time. There's healthcare. There's tribal assemblies, that's voting, really. Improved bureaucracy and tax is great. Development helps factory input and output and stuff. We can outlaw thraldom. Ugh, of course not. Joe Neal on the Twitch chat is suggesting, little boy Bulkaida, which you might not be able to see, he's suggesting you could recolor the cultures to help group the species into different shades, to help color coordinate things. Kind of. What do you think about that suggestion? It would be hard to do. I mean, the Gobsnaj, no, Gashti colours are kind of similar. But Pumnia, they're the same species, I think, according to the lore, as me. But they're completely different. That's all we've got to go on here. Little Bokaida is saying that the ones in the south are mainly short, intelligent, hairy fellows. Yeah, these guys, look. This, that's us in the south. That's our people. The most developed, the most great powered. Short. Gashji, Pumrian, and Scythevans. Where are the Scythevans? Where are the Scythevans? And then another species is the Beotrish. So the Shagmot are Beotrish. The Shagmot are the small minority of people around my country who are generally thralls and or slaves, and we eat them. And they're tall, hairless, somewhat stupid and carnivorous. Yeah, we need to create infographics and stuff. It's one thing to have the lore dumped on some big paragraphs in the menu, and we read that in session 1. But let's get this stuff mapped out and get images like this pointing out the different species. They used to live all over the steppe and the savannah, ran around with their huge legs terrorizing the short hairy ones. And then gradually the short hairy ones created nations and armies and enslaved them, right? Scythevans are the Hahabi. Okay, the people that went all revolutionary. And Joe Neal, the mod maker, is praising your idea. He says it's a good idea. So yeah. The main species, and they're called... he didn't name drop. No, Gashji. What's the name of the species of the people that we are that are the most developed and the most civilized and the strongest, that have these big empires? The short hairy. What are the short hairy people called? And right now they're sorting it by languages and colours, but species might be better. We can do education. That's always there. That's always a nice one. Literacy, 40% though. We're doing well. Let's get healthcare. That's meta. Davis says the whole of this mod is entirely represented within Vic 2. It is, but they do that by way of having a big lore dump on the main menu and then an in-game encyclopedia, which is a dynamic encyclopedia that unlocks more entries as you discover shit, which is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. At least done in Victoria too. I mean, fucking games like Civ have Wikipedias, but in Vic 2? So the civilized short people, who are called, we don't know yet, we drove the long-legged people into the hills and enslaved them. They used to be running rampant on the plains. And are those short-legged people, the crazy people, the long-legged people, are they still running rampant a little bit in the central area? Is this them? Or is this something different? The nomads around the desert, up north, steppes? Oh, you don't have an actual specific name for the main people because they're kind of so related to the real thing that maybe you just kind of lump them in with the real thing. Sapinoids or something. I might be able to push down them with the sphere. Anyway, can I handle both of these wars at the same time? I could have immobilized or something. Right, we need to restart the music and the monkey noises. Everything's gone quiet. Okay, the small desert people, they're different people. These are different nomads. They are small, wiry people. The Jetchi Confederacy is the last Beatrice state. The Beatrice people were the enslaved people again. So the Jetchi Confederacy, does it even exist in the current map to look at? The Jetchi Confederacy, oh there they are. Okay. These are the old, okay, that's so fucking cool. One last country to represent the people that have largely been destroyed and enslaved. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like the look of that. A flu outbreak. The game has clothing factories, which implies they wear clothes. That's right. We also know that the noble people of the Gozdi like to wear, no, the Volcanes like to wear red robes of nobility. We read that in the lore. Can I add the sphere on them? Yeah. 50 war score? Yeah. We're going to knock them down a bit. We're going to take a bit of land. We can't let them become a GP again. But when we do this, we've successfully eliminated Volcanage and sphered them. The formable is almost there. I was even begging my girlfriend, who was a painter, to paint some loading screens, but she didn't seem to have much interest. Ah. Just keep making monkey noises until she gives in. Always worked for me whenever I needed something. I mean, after all, it's very primal, isn't it? It just brings back memories from 10 million years ago. Like playing Egyptian music to a cat. So yeah, they don't have their own Discord because adminning a Discord seems stressful and miserable. You're not wrong. I'd love to see, oh god, they've taken my sphere. I'd love to see the monkey mod. I'd love to see Gozomedes Great Game have a Discord and, you know, expand and have a presence. But I can't deny that managing a Discord is stressful. I've managed a big Discord for like 6 years. I mean, these days it's very calm and nice because we've sorted all the problems and we don't have, we're just in a less active time. But boy, has it had its stressful moments in the past. I've lost the fashion house sphere. I'll get that back whenever I kill the other 2 countries that are competing for it again. Nerd Rivera says it would be really funny if the soldier models were monkeys. Yeah, I suggested that. I think they are aware of that big request. Do you have any plans to get 3D monkey models on the map? And yeah, you've got a little section on the Vic2 modding server, which I think I'm still banned from. Oh. But you can also come to my server. We have a little modding section on my server as well. You can come. I will make a thread or post your mod in my little thing. The threads themselves of different mods don't really get used, but if you join my server and generally talk about your mod, you can post updates. People will take an interest. There's a modding channel. Right, what are we doing here? We just need... Wait, Mama Tuka is the war... Oh, what? That's my ally. That was my old ally. Oh, they're invading... Okay. Hold on. Okay. We've been betrayed by my great power ally over Volcanash. And we need to go and address this and fight them. And they're the fucking war leader. Right, Little Bokaider, get in contact with the people that made the Little Dark Age mod. That mod has custom 3D models. Maybe other mods do as well. The person who made Little Dark Age is a fellow by the name of Sir Buddy Guy. They're on the Vic2 modding server. They made 3D models. The great betrayal of the Mamutu cat that complicates things by them becoming the war leader. Total war score now is 64. We can add another core. 11, yeah. It's a ticker. Sorry to be spamming the chat. No, we love you here. You're the mod maker. It is amazing to have you. And I need to... I don't know, I don't need to worry about that sphering until I just kill the people that are sphering it manually. New national focus draw. That would be this new national focus would go so hard if I was playing multiplayer. As the Great Monkey War happened. This is the Great Monkey War. This is the biggest war we've fought so far, actually. Well, since we're fighting a war, how about some artillery tech? Let's call some spherelings. That means... well, that doesn't really mean much. I was waiting to say it means that Vâfaut can't sphere them again with a truce, but it wouldn't anyway. Shuknash down here is really strong. Having this as a sphereling instead of owning it directly is what is cutting us off from having a navy and colonising. If I press the mobilize button, millions of new monkey warriors would rise forth and kill everything. But it's too much to manage in single player. The military tech difference is crazy, and the artillery difference. I'm winning a mountain battle while outnumbered. Kill the thralls, nice. So you're asking about EU5 there. Is it a fitting spiritual successor to Vic 2 so far? It's not the successor. And what's this? Expanse feeling requisitioning. That's interesting. Gain 7 war exhaustion. I would never click that. Draft merchant vessels. Cool ideas. Try and get emergency ships in exchange for war exhaustion. I've never thought of that. It's reform. It's a social reform time, which isn't as good. That one. We were losing a research point. EU5 isn't kind of a successor to Vic 2, but it takes Victoria 2 stuff in many ways. It doesn't really work as a successor to Vic 2. It doesn't replace it. It took the Europa franchise in a more Vic 2-ish direction in many ways. We've dropped Vâfaut down to number 20. They've got no industry, no army to speak of. We've done enough of a number on them to cripple them, hopefully, to never become a GP again. Someone in the chat as well was asking about what political ideologies the monkeys would have. It's all written down in the mod. They have an in-depth political lore of the different ideologies. It's there. You just have to go in the mod, download it, open the lore, and read the encyclopedia in-game as well. And that's it. Dominance of the North. Of all the things we need for the sphere, the formable, I mean, up there. Now, Ginschnag, I don't have my old Casus Belli on them, but I do have Admit Hegemony, which would give me that sphere. I'm just going to use Admit Hegemony to deck on them, I think. And then I'll get Packnag. Depends what's cheaper. To add Packnag as an add the sphere Wargle separately, or just deck Admit Hegemony. We'll see. Right, that was good. The economy isn't doing so great though, as always. Maybe I should have added some war reps. That social spending is insane though. Something about monkey politics is something, they really have high social spending. They don't have org, they've got, oh, their Miltech's actually pretty good, but I'm going in with the 4 attack, rolling the dice. Little Hokkaido says, a lot of the tech flavor text has political details and philosophers in their books. Yes, we were looking at that earlier. We're impressed. We're going to be taking the region of Naji. That's 73 more score on its own. We'll never get this done. I can separately annex Packnag to avoid having to use any kind of sphere-related war goal. So yeah, just quietly annexing shit, getting through this. That's, I mean, there's not that much to talk about really. Like the mod is good, we've said a lot, really enjoying it, and we're just going to form this empire. And almost ready to peace out. War goals, war score, cheap. Is there any other region we can take? It's all going to be too expensive. We'll just take the current peace deal as we have it. They're calling this a brothers' war. These guys don't feel like brothers. They really don't, but they are the South Galshi. And this time, I'm waiting for a political reform. Social reforms that we can currently do are, yeah, not good. Wait, what did they call machine guns there? No, machine gun armament, same thing. Or, yeah, same thing. And they'll accept. Admit hegemony. We now have Paknag, and we have to defend it again from the other one that are friendly. Get out of there, Gabjan lands. Okay, good, right. Now, what's the next war? It's Pumnia again, really, isn't it? Why do I keep getting random sphere points on Chaz? Let's sphere it. Let's actually just sphere it. Okay. Right. Someone on Twitch is asking, Jonil is asking, if the mod makers plan to make a more single-player focused version with event chains and stuff, like Theory Fan Fork, which we play a lot on this channel. Volcanage are down to number 42, they're a rump state. Sorry, we fucked over Gozomedes himself. Very heavily. So we need the rest of the free Gaubjan lands. We don't have a truce with them, so let's justify. I don't know what happened. Maybe it just ran out. We need to still take a lot from them. 2 states really, actually. 1 more state and then their capital. And no, 2 more states and their capital and we're done. Okay. Let's get justify and let's get money. I'm allied to the Sublime Vietu, which means I could call them in against Pumnia. A useful ally. Look, Theocratis paramilitaries. Unique political movements for this mod. What's the crisis? It's the free Gaugian lands. It's a it's a colonial crisis. Somewhere down here. Oh shit, guys! Oh my god! Remember? Sorry if I banged my microphone there. It might not feel like much to me when I touch my microphone, but to you it sounds like a nuclear explosion, I think. Anyway, we get to see the full colonial artwork. Remember, this session we were trying to look at every little icon or every little reference to monkeys that we missed in the first session, just to cover all of them. And I need to defend this feeling of Volcanage. People are fucking trying to take it. Shite. That's like the big empire in the north or something. Garbage number 8, Jishnag number 6. See, no matter how many times I beat them down, it's hard to kick them out of GP status when there just aren't that many civilized countries in this mod, which is fine. I think in multiplayer that means that there will be less players in a campaign of this. It might start with a lot of players, but when a lot of them get annexed and die, that might consolidate the game a lot. Right, okay, cheeky war here, Nadzig. 50 war score. Panicked a little bit because I clicked on their country during a month tick and 177 brigades came up. Ah, that was me. The troops I keep trying to make in that colony have a rough time. They just keep getting wiped again and again every time I try to build them. Now we add Ponwo 56. Wait, oh no, no. It's gonna be over 100 war score. What do we do here, folks? Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. I'm gonna add it. Ponwo. What's the tag for free Garbage lands, guys? Taking a save just in case. What's their tag? And what's the tag for my own country for that matter? Garb. Oh, it's GA. I knew it. You just do the first few letters of the country. Sometimes that works. Do they have any decisions? They can form the map and they can form the Great Nag. That's cool. Just use yes man. I don't even think that works for over 100. I'm not too sure. Then we offer Chibna. Ah, CHB. Ah. Oh, they offered me peace. Wow. Great. We can make colonies and shit. Right. Fantastic. Now we just need their capital next war. Who are we going to now? Do we do the Palmia war? Maybe it's Palmia time? Before we come back? So I want my rally point up there, right? All my new shit, troop making stuff can be outsourced. If my actual armies are going to be down here, we need to create space. Organizer's done. Jishanag would be next. Wait, are there no truces? Hold on a minute. Have I even noticed? Like, are there even truces? Truces last 1 year. Oh, ho, ho. First time noticing. First time noticing. We can just do our next Jishanag war. Okay. We need to take a lot from these guys, so Empire State. Right, that helps a lot with what we're doing here. Okay, that's great. Map painting has never been so back. We may just have knocked Georgia out of great power status, but we just need to take their capital in one more war and then we're done with them anyway. Recommended. Well, what do the people want out of a reform? They want Code of Rights. They really want Code of Rights, which is actually to get rid of slavery. Weeby says, are you looking forward to Gilded Destiny? Yeah, I haven't seen much of an update from it for a while. The publisher and the company making Gilded Destiny have been releasing smaller indie games, probably to generate revenue or something, while they continue to tinker away with Gilded Destiny. I mean, in Victoria 2, you don't want to have slavery. It's not good as a mechanic. They don't pay taxes, they don't join the army, they don't really do much. Maybe, again, this is a suggestion that comes up in lots of mods that might want to make slavery viable, but if you haven't already, maybe you have, add some benefits of slavery, which is a terrible thing to say, obviously, but in the game, in this world, if it makes sense that slavery is desirable, make it good somehow. I don't know how. Make them make more money, make them better at working, better RGOs. He says, we wanted to make slaves eventually work in factories. Ah, has that been done before? Probably. Probably been done somewhere. That shit just crashed my game. That event just crashed my game, lads. What was that? Someone go back in the YouTube stream and pause on that event. What was it? Whatever it was crashed my game. It said land of gold no more. He says that's the gold mine drying up in Mojifa. Okay. If it crashes my game again, I have to go into the mod file and temporarily delete that event to keep playing. But there's a bug for you, unless you fix it in 1.0.6 already, because I actually may accidentally have picked the wrong version. Oh, I think I downloaded it like an hour before you changed to 1.06. We have an autosave. Thank you. Take a look at it and speaking of that, Mojifa, where is it? Sorry, wait, let me actually read what you said. No, yeah, you said Mojifa. Where's Mojifa? Can I look for a gold RGO on the map? It's not necessarily in my country, is it? Shiny. There's gold. Oh yeah, it's here. So there's a gold mine. There's a gold mine. There. You didn't fix it? Well, you know, I'm helping you bug fix. Hopefully it doesn't, well, it probably will happen again, right? It's the first one. The map tile has a different name than the country. First, it is my one. That's a shame. I'm gonna lose my gold mine. Oh my god, they unsphered fucking pack now. Fuck right off. Both of those countries are working together to outsphere me in that place. There you go. Bug fixed. The event that says you don't get gold anymore and crashes your game. Fuck you. But seriously though, when will it actually happen again? It's probably got a mean time to happen sort of thing. I've gotten through a few months, I've gotten a few more autosaves, we're playing the game, but in the back of my mind I'm thinking that's going to happen again. Although if no one else has reported it, it's a mean time to happen in 50. Okay. If no one else has reported it, and that if it definitely crashes the game every time and no one else has reported it, maybe it doesn't always happen. Or it doesn't always crash. '19th of high monsoon, 1852? Yeah, definitely. So by the time we're done with this war, the truce will be up with them again, and we'll be so back. Right. I need to take Vâfaut. 6-7 war score? How much? Sorry, what? How much war score? Paknag joined against me. Alright, that's it. You're getting annexed. Paknag, you're getting annexed. It's over. Thank you. Thank you for telling me what it's called so I can rip it out if need be. If I crash, if it happens again, it's out. Getting rid of that. Stack wipe the event. Remove it from the file. And I get to keep my gold mine. I'm just editing myself in a gold mine that I wouldn't have otherwise. I'm just cheating. Hold on a minute, right? You're getting annexed. I'm sick of this. You're getting lowly conquested. It's over. I'll separately deal with you and you. 67. There's nothing I can take that's that cheap. George 72. Yeah, it's just one. One state at a time until they maybe drop out of GP status, but they won't because they have a ginormous industry. Right of a status takeover. This is different. Status is a new, seems to be a generic political event, but different ideologies. Paknag went bankrupt. The absolute state of Paknag. The absolute fucking state of them. Bye bye Packnag. Bye bye that region that cost 6-7 war score. Justifying on them for take capital this time. Let's fucking go. Let's wipe out these two countries before we take on the final boss of Pumia, okay? We're setting up Pumia as the final boss, such as they are compared to my might as a human player. Oh, our industrialized economy, okay. That's something. The amount of military tech I will have for this fucking Pumnia war, I don't know what's coming. They have 13, I have 16. Oh my god, we need to pass a reform, and we need to pass the most popular reform. I'm giving in. We have 600 rebels. I'm passing a slavery reform that the people want. I don't want to deal with that. Come on, let's 5-speed it. Let's get the justification. Let's go. Come on. That's it. Come on. Artisans demand. Yes. Yep, that's it. Here we go. We're getting a bit of war exhaustion because random AI stacks have gone around and occupied me. Okay, it still happened, but it wasn't as bad as it might have been otherwise, I guess. Oh Jesus, well, we can put a few stacks on Rebel Hunt, which is a nice monkey icon, by the way, and we'll deal with it. Making my troops Rebel Hunt, it's terrible. They're going to be, if I don't turn it off for the other war, they're going to be walking around like idiots in the middle of the big war. The liberation of our, okay, yeah, that's nice. YouTube chat, wake up! YouTube chat! Rebel pop-ups. We kill the thralls even though we have this rebellion going on. Nothing will stop us doing the thrall culling. The war-torn modifier will kill a lot of my pops. It's over. They would not accept this offer. Do I... Is it some colonies? Well, in any case, the ticker will handle it. I don't have to go and like I don't have to use conquer all. The ticker will handle it legitimately. And truce up with Jishnag already, yes. It's going to be another acquire state on them. That's all we've got. We have to do that like 3 more times. At least, yeah, the truce being 1 year makes this actually doable. I don't think we would get it done tonight, if otherwise. Unless I really just sat on speed 5 for hours. The rebellion has been dealt with. Apart from this island, I didn't know I had that. Oh yeah, I remember that. That was an event. Actually. They accepted already, see? That was easy. They accepted already. It's like the Helots in Sparta. What a war. Yeah, just an idea get. That's all we've got. Do I even build units? How big is Lumia's army? 59? And I've got allies against them too. It's over. If I'm not careful running on speed 5, I'm going to be the one who needs to pay his debts. This is insane. We actually need to defund the army heftily for a while. I can siege down Jishinag with a defunded army. I think. Oh my god, no, I'm getting sick of it. They just unsphered falconage. This fucking country. This country just did that. No, it's getting tiresome. Nah, mate. I'm about to kill them again. I can ban them and get them back. It's fine. Now we take Jodudes. I'm sitting on... No, I'm not sitting on them because I need to get the truth timer running again for the next time I eat them. I can't just sit on them indefinitely. It's not nice. Okay, nearly there. Nearly. One more state and then their capital and it's over for them. Ban them here. Now, we just put the army on the border. Put the army on the border. Speed 5 until the truce is over. And if we let them sphere rockers, we'd probably get a hegemony if we wanted to be optimal and go crazy. And my army mutinies, that's good. We're in a really fun period of Victoria 2 here. Good stuff. I just press the mobilize button when we go to war with Pumi. I don't have to worry about organising my army optimally. It's good. Truce is over in 20 harvest time. I don't know when harvest time is. I don't know when the truce is over. I genuinely don't know. Harvest time? This is mid-year, so that must be in autumn, so only like a couple of months. How about some late mid-game economic tech to keep us going? Any big rebellions coming? Yeah, and no chance of passing reform. We resphere Volcanage after that little mess. We good? Got everything? Yeah. We're nearly done though. Truce over? No, we haven't had... Oh, the truce is over. I missed that month. Acquire state. Come on, drop out of GP status. You're done. Look, they're about to outsphere me in Vulcanage again. They just get more points. They researched the sphere techs. I think I might be able to catch up and ban them before they do anything. They're sphering so fast compared to me. They're getting 0.06 a tick. I'm getting 0.03 a tick. Doomlord is going to download the mod and try it. Please do. Check out the mod. I've linked it in the description, obviously. Discredit, expel. What do I do? Oh, it's over. Just let them take me out of the sphere. I keep my points, I ban them. And then I kill them enough, hopefully this time, that they drop out of GP. Research diplomatic influence tech just for this fucking Vulcanage. This little thing. And now we take Gadid. Okay, Gadid. 78 war score. Call you in, come on boys, help me out. .0.6 says there are a large amount of economics fixes. Yeah, sorry boys, I kind of fucked up on the exact right version. We might be playing with an economically broken version and it's my fault. But that's not a big deal. We got a great overview of the mod. We got what we wanted out of this, obviously. I need to just pass the most popular reform. Public ownership. Oh, I'm not allowed to pass the slavery reform that everyone wants. I think I need to compensate. I need to be able to afford to compensate the slave owners for something before I can do that. Right, we just need to get this done as quickly as possible, so I'm piecing them out. No, they would not accept. They would not accept. They would. Okay, great. Now it's just their capital. We have to go for a full annex on this one. Now we play the waiting game for the last time. I'm doing it by the book, guys. I play without infamy. I do a lot of things, but I'm playing this by the book. I'm not working just tag switching, quote, change owner nonsense. You know, I'm doing it. We do our national objective now, and I think the reform one was making my people too angry. Influence just to keep Vulcanage. No, just money and tax and admin. Let's give them a minimum wage and then not pay it with social spending. But hey, the Mafia punishment thing, you say? I don't know, you're mentioning something that's a crash hazard, but we didn't get that thing that closed the gold mine and crash again. Although I'm going to be jinxing it, and we will crash in a minute when it happens again. That's a guarantee. So we need to 5-speed. Truce ends in early winter. Does that help us? No, I think it helps us. Swelter time, that must be summer. Mid-year, June, halfway through the year, July. So we're coming to first rain, autumn, high monsoon. Yeah, autumn season, that's right. End banditry. Okay. I'll pay this money and end banditry. Sure. That's some good lore. I don't know. Vulcanage is getting back. Yeah. Overkill. One more military tech for Umnia. Doomlord says, new mod, time to get my ears blown out. That's right, they don't have any custom music in the mod. Maybe that's something they can look into in the future. And the music could well just sound like this. A reactionary cabal. Justify... Take capital. They don't have just the capital left. They have some land elsewhere. They probably have a colony, which is preventing me from just annexing them. They took Vulcanage again. I banned them again. This is the last time they do this, ever. Someone else is decking on them for their colony on the mainland. The Kushibi Empire has become a massive great power with fucking 24 million pops. They're China or India. Knobhow is not in my sphere of influence. What the fuck is Knobhow? It's this one. Fuck. Stop. Come on, drop out of GP status, you twats. Nearly done. Okay, it's over for them. It's over for them. Doomlord is crashing on start. Ah, terrible. It's your fault. Okay, boom. Oh, they won't accept. Okay, take her for a while, then they'll accept. I will put the armies on the border with Pumnia and get ready for the grand showdown. I'll call every ally into that I have. Every monkey. I want every monkey to fire on that Pumnia immediately. Every monkey we own. "373 mobs, Jesus. Jesus Christ. It's a lot of mobs. It would be overkill. Oh no, I have to deal with rebels. The war score isn't even that high. How much land do they have overseas? Pumnia colonise a lot. White peace? They're only offering me white peace? For the love of God. Please be over. Where is the land? The colour on the map is dark. They have an island there. They colonised all this? What the fuck? What? And that's Vulcanage colonising? This is insane. I don't even know what part of the map this is really. Oh my lord. It's just colonies. Surely it doesn't matter. I have to ticker them out. And it's like a 100 war score ticker, so it will happen. We can deal with it all mid-war, and I am mobilizing just to make sure. We can attack Pumnia now. And let's fund the army fully before we do it, actually. And Sphere Volcanage and call them in. Well, we can't call them in, they won't ally me, because I have their cores. Alright, those guys are dropping out of GP status now. Are we ready for the Great Pumnia War? Yes, we deck on them for a 20 war score. Cast a spell, we call every ally we have. We got the 4 attack right there, perfect. And these guys. Move forward, no commander. We just auto-assign at this point, just to get some cheeky commanders. We instantly secure the mountain border. The Great War on Pumnia. Who joined me? Who joined them? Gozomedes down there joined them. That's a problem. And who joined me? No one. Not my great ally here that borders them and has numerous cores on them. Retarded AI. They're going to be offering me... Oh, that war's over. We got that. They're going to be offering me peace soon. It's not going to take me long to get 20 war score with this Blitzkrieg. The rebel hunters are moving back erratically, exactly as I predict. The great epic showdown with Pumnia. We have 20 war score, it's over. They won't accept quite yet. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to form the Empire. It's about to happen. There are some blue borders up here in the mountains, which is interesting. It's just another example of them being so thoughtful. They create a custom fake mountain range in their mod and they actually take the care to map out some geography and features like blue borders. Is that them offering me peace? Yeah, let's just make sure that's all I need. Yeah. Dunag region. Yeah, that's it. I think we're about to form the Empire, ladies and gentlemen. That was a great showdown. Oh god. What is it? What is it? They all need to be at peace. They do all need to be at peace, but who is not at peace? Any of them? Oh, it's me. I need to be unmobilized, right? No. Fuck. What is it? Shit. What is it? 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 All cores are not currently owned or sphered and at peace. What is it? That's irrelevant. That's not the reason I couldn't form. Oh, I can form it. I don't know what happened. I just didn't register that I demobilized. That's it. Ignore the rebellion that just happened. It's irrelevant. Doesn't matter. We're about to form the great empire of all time. 25 infamy. We're over the limit. We had the capital. Oh. Isn't it worth it in the end to form such a great map? Read the lore on the screen if you want to. We formed the monkey map. The door says, guess you needed a rebellion to be ongoing. Hidden requirement. You needed a rebellion. That's it, folks. The monkey empire. We did it. Kidnaj. Ah, brilliant. First person to ever form Kidnaj in Gozomedes' great game? Probably not. Lower blocks by chat, sorry. Just move it there. There you go. Any additional cores? No new events. Look at that one line of text that goes off to the left. How does it do that? 1,000 realm. Naj means realm or country. Keed means 1,000. There's a couple of new events. Okay. Let's unpause a wee bit. Establish protectorate over Ningyuto. The wild stormy reaches of Palkjodo, the land of the spears. Large animals that graze in the forest. Imagine the wildlife in this world as well. Never mind the civilized monkeys, the great wildebeests. Just the northern coast of Asia. I'm sorry, I can't read right now, but... Oh shit, we gain a huge colony up in the north, which maybe Vâfaut already had. Then we gain that. Does it say anything in this event about the people? Bold warriors, drinkers and adventurers, tinged with the paganism. The Yatai people. And there's racked by great storms, bacteria, diseases. Such amazing fucking world building. Take my hat off to you. I never wear a hat, but I take it off to you. Okay, maybe some new events will come up, as they say. There's no rebellion going on right now, though. Never mind that. The factory of Nizjadov, Kingsport, is a commanding Vâfaut factory in Orhond, the great monarchy of central Kovash. Don't know where any of that is. Liberation of our brothers, that's just me unenslaving people. My accepted pops are the 3 Gadgety people, north, west, south. This sounds like an event from real life. Nizjadov, where is that? Oh, cool. It's a treaty port over in the colonial regions. I must have inherited, yeah, Kidnaj's colonies, which are fucking numerous all over the damn place. Out here in the middle of nowhere. Prob epidemic sufferers. You just got sanctions? Oh yeah. No, I did I? I can't see it, but I will. Holy shit, never mind that. What if I mobilize my 700 brigades to kill the rebels? The Ranu Empire, nearly 7 million pops. Mamukat, 5.7 million. Pumni at 11.3. Theoretically, if every other country hugboxed and mobilized and built up their full army potential, they could take me down. Still. If there were players. Joe Neal on Twitch chat is asking about horses. Shall we mention horses one last time before we call it? With the mod maker. Check Diplomat. What about it? There you go. for what I have cores on and don't have cores on. Obviously, a lot of this is colonies. The flag is pretty cool. By the way, the mod makers will know that I praised the hell out of the flags when we first looked. The flags in this mod are just, wow, breathtaking. When we looked at the lower page that showed 9 important countries and we saw those flags for the first time, wow. Absolute vexology. I don't suppose we're going to have any more events coming up, are we? Because when you form this map, don't you think the game's kind of done, like over? You've kind of won. You've won the game. That's what I feel for this playthrough anyway. In multiplayer, forming this in multiplayer would require killing like 5 players. And then, you know, there's no equivalent. He says that there should be one, but he's getting worried. This is it. Is this the one you meant? It's a Sabbath Protector on Hamog. Colonial Frontier. And we don't really know where this is. Hamog. It's down here. Oh, right. Okay. It's that. That's not the one, because look at this. That's not the one you meant. A whole ass event for that one. Hamog. They're like a migratory tribe sort of thing. Clearly. Fucking Ronst out there. This is it. That's it. Palace of the Emperor. Holy shit. Where's our... We're about to fall to Free Yoke. It's going to be interesting, actually, to see what the country looks like after falling to Free Yoke, aka basically Jacobins. We can see that. That'll be cool. So this, with the restoration of our empire, we have to settle the role of the old emperor. I think we're about to find the role of the old emperor pretty soon. I think the people have decided what we think of the old emperor right now. So he is still the nominal head of our state. Many are suggesting that we don't keep him. So we can exile him and build a new dynasty, or we can keep the old emperor as a figurehead of the state. Is this what you meant? Is this the one? Because this is very flavoursome. Dynastic security gives minus militancy, which helps and put a suppression point. Doesn't do much, but I believe in the old emperor. Keep the dynasty going back 1,000 years to Gozomedes. Couple that depends on how you form it. Cool. But look at this. We're about to go Free Yoker. You form it as Pash. Gee, there's a different one. Forming the empire as the one province emperor state itself must be the real challenge. That could be a challenge that I take on someday. Start with a one province sulfur 700k. You can pretty easily expand around the surrounding nations, one province miners, really quickly, get as much as you can. And then after that, the big countries will start sphering and shit. So you'll be running into them eventually. It's doable. If you form it as status or free yokers, there's different ones. Dangerous plots? That's neither here nor there. We didn't quite form it as free yokers, but we became free yokers right after. If I let this rebellion win and then formed it, we would have had a different event. By the way, we're going to wrap up the stream soon. I hope you enjoyed it, and any last minute support and super chats are welcome. And again, go and download this mod, its latest version. Land of... Oh my god. No. What a way to end. No. We don't get to see Free Yoker Empire. What a poetic way to end it. The crash event. Wow. That's almost cinema in a way. That's crazy. I'm not going to reload and check the yokers, okay? I'm just not. We've got to leave something to see in the future. That's a hell of a mean time to happen. That was meant to happen after 1350. We were in like 1362. It saved us that long before crashing. It waited that long just for us to get done. But it's been patched anyway for the next version. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to Little Bokaida and his modding companion, who's called QA. It stands for something, for making the mod, and it's been a pleasure checking it out. I don't have an immediate plan to return and do another stream. However, I'm going to push for a multiplayer game, look into it. If nothing happens for a while, I'll see about hosting my own multiplayer. It's on my mind. And I'll be keeping track of development and watching your updates, and I'll make a thread on my Discord about your mod. And again, thank you everyone for watching and supporting the channel. Membership, subs, super chats and all that. It was great. No video this Friday, I'm afraid. I just can't get it done on time. I'm going through a meltdown. We'll be there next week though. And I might do another stream this week though. Maybe I'll do an EU5 single player 1.2 stream. And then EU5 multiplayer on Saturday may happen. Yo-Yo might not be able to make it, so that session might be off. How do we get into this MP game? It would be through my Discord if I host one. If I repurpose the old Spud Gunner area. I could requisition the help of some moderator or some other person to help me host that, to take the load off a bit. But again, there's no solid plan on that right now. I'll keep you posted on my Discord if I think of something for that multiplayer. So yeah, have a great rest of, oh, it's Monday. At least Monday's about to be over. Have a good rest of your week. Keep an eye out then, Simular Doc. Even if it's the main game, just to play as Aztecs? Oh, you mean the actual ongoing EU5? Oh, join the join the Shark MP, no, Ask With MP Discord, advertised on my Vic2 Discord section for the ongoing EU5 multiplayer. You might be able to substitute a country as well, because we have various people who can't make it week on week. That was good. What a mod. I can't believe that you made this mod in Victoria too, when there are other games that may be able to better represent things like religion and stuff, and species, and all the other stuff you've got going on. But you chose Victoria too, so here I am, of course, playing it and trying to promote it best I can. Oh, Simular Dog, you're the Aztec guy. I remember you. There you go. We're getting into the era of colonization, so if you jump on the Aztecs now, you'll be able to probably interact with Spain and fight that whole thing. Anyway, guys, thank you. Thank you so much for the support and for watching and engaging and having a pleasant time in the chat. And thank you to the mod makers again. Bye, everyone.